Yo, what's up? Tonight we are watching this scam of the year. We think about Ukraine without Ukraine. And yeah, I should start in a half an hour or something. Tune in. I wonder what kind of shitty deal we will get out of this. It's also open mic, anybody can join. Yeah, we're gonna roll probably 4, 5, 6 hours. Hopefully some donations gonna fall. Who knows? The journalists are talking behind the cameras. There was some stupid kids like half an hour ago. All kinds of journalists from Italy, from England. Man, hearing those toddlers on this live stream from Alaska, it's like almost like hearing those naive Zoomers sometimes on the Discord. Yeah. Totally generational gap. Anyway, I'm gonna bring up another meme in the meantime. Something from the Gulag, actually. Yeah, when they start to walk down from that plane, it's gonna be insane. Is that Air Force One? Yeah, it is. High stake summit. Oh my god, so dramatic. It's like a high stake scam. Oh, let me tag the Discord servers. I'll fucking have 1 people in the house. Simulate open mic. Kurwa. Saturday, right? Friday? Friday. What do you think, guys? How it's gonna go? All the sides, all the parties are too stubborn. There will be no deal. Oh god. Rip headphones. Of course, it's a fucking airport. Time to eat some schlop, goy schlop. Are they gonna be late? That's the question. wrong. Oh, something happening. Ah, that's the orcs plane, of course. Oh, let me make it bigger. So, probably the gameplay is not so important tonight. Cool, how is my name? Up. Well, that's a small fucking plane. What are they doing? I was expecting some big Antonov, some kind of... My god, RIP airphone. Okay. Hey, 5 people in the house. Let me know what's up. Thanks for stopping by, Slick. Yeah, join our new guild. I'm announcing creation of the guild. It's not a Discord server anymore, it's a guild. Yeah. What's your position? Guys, I need to... this is very bad for all the Slavs. So... my position is that... these world have sacrificed Slavic blood to make some kind of influence or power or something. It would be good if Slavs stop killing each other, because it's very bad for the reputation international. But yeah, my opinions are very shallow on geopolitics. I would rather hear some perspectives from other people, maybe people who call in. My position, that war is swallowing so much money, all that steel and all that manpower has been lost. Now even the salaries in my own location are going down because of this. Yeah, it's a black hole. Yeah, and all the parties are super stubborn. Russia, America, Ukraine, Europe, everybody's so stubborn. Nobody gonna let go. It's no other way than through fire. I mean, immovable object hitting unstoppable force, right? I don't know, there will be some new Cold War wall perimeter, I think. What's gonna happen today? Today nothing. There will be another summit next spring. There will be three more summits until they came to some conclusion. Yeah. It's like I predicted. In order to something happens, the public has to create pressure on the leaders, which means, well, Slavic soldiers are dying, and those mothers gonna create some kind of guild, I guess. They're gonna put pressure, I guess, on some international... yeah, it's all about reputation. It's the first one who can create bad guy out of Putin gonna have the free range, you know. Ceasefire? I don't know how can that work, there are no guarantees. But here is the deal, I need one of my friends from Ukraine to see Max, and I would like to see this milestone where the sky, let's say they open the sky, they open the airspace, and that friend of mine can escape this fucking gulag grotesque fucking shit attitude cage, basically. Because that's what West is, just a shit cage with shit attitude. Look at that, they're parking that toilet doors to that shit stairs, check it out. Well, I'm not sure if everybody, because you will always have this super stubborn, you know, we can fix it boyos types, like Nick Fuentes, I guess. Yeah, they want to fight for the West and fix the things that are beyond fact. So unfuckable that such a huge delulu on their part, to be honest. It's like being stuck in the Arctic and asking for a bowl of sand. It's the same shit. Yeah, absolutely, own interest, just like Aebo said it, I guess Mercer said it. All these boys from my guild came up with much better conclusion that I would be even possible able to produce, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it bigger. More. Okay, like this. Okay. Yeah, there will be no conclusion today. They're not gonna open the sky for at least two or 3 years, I think. What is going on? Is this channel not open? Destroy what? I don't see that far. Destroy mood. Oh no. I was thinking I have some memes prepared for today. Maybe if we get some guests would be nice. It's a Friday after all. Friday, Saturday are the best days to live stream. Mood. I mean, this is like a milestone in the entertainment geopolitic bullshit, basically. Remember, I also streamed that meeting in the White House with that fat guard dog. How they jumped Zelensky that time. Textbook psychopathic ambush what they pulled on Zelensky back then. That was just so typically American style. They start yapping, barking, and then they render heroes out of themselves. False confidence, of course. Everybody buying that. Yeah, this meeting is more likely like a milestone, because what happened is Russia have reached 1 million infantry casualties, basically. These types of milestones are based on numbers, basically. Yeah. So the war is lasting 3 years, 1 million casualties. He can still sacrifice 1 or 2 million more. Do the mathematics and you're gonna figure out that this war is designed to last 1 decade, basically. Okay, at some point in 20 minutes, those lizard people should walk from that airplane. Well, I need some better music, that's for sure. What do we have? What do we have in the house tonight? Yeah, those engines. I absolutely love this song right here. This is what we have. Boom. Exhibit Punk remix, yes. But yeah, maybe time for me to show up some memes from Gulag situation in my country. Or should I wait for 3 people to tune in? Ah, look. Orange Man is going down from the bus. Oh, God. Meeting of 2 terrorists. Here we go. I'm eating fried carrot with barbecue sauce. Tastes terrible, but whatever. Let me see. Is it good enough, the size? Yeah, no, Matsuko, how do you rate my new layout? What's your opinion about the Discord guild? We are now medieval guild craftsmen. Yeah. Which means possible to meet up in Bangkok for anybody who is interested. We can provide like a guidance when it comes to Bangkok maxing. That's guaranteed. probably the only thing that's guaranteed. Okay, big friends. Damn. Oh, Trump is so big. He's ogre. Is he ogre actually? Putin and Zelensky are same height. Like Slav cells are so small, bro. These Anglo-Saxons are mocking too much, bro. We never stood a chance. Yum. Come on. What is so funny? He's telling him some joke. Ha ha ha. Just say fake news, daddy. Yes, yes, blood. Oh my god, that's tapping on the hand, bro. That means like a good boy, good boy, good guy. Watch the fucking body language. Body language is everything here. Half of the planet is watching right now. Oh, look at that. F-35? Man, bonk, bonk. What the fuck is this station doing? Huh. Look at that. Look at the door. Look at the door. Fucking Panzer armored fucking... Look at that, look at that. That fucking door was like 1 feet thick. This fucking car, bro, you can fire 10 RPGs. It's not gonna even fucking dent, bro. Yeah, this car, the bottom of this car, like 2 feet of fucking titan, bro. Like, it can withstand like 3 landmines, no sweat. Brutal. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Trump is actually really old, older than my father, I think. And Trump has a really good health. Yeah, both of them have good health. I mean, come on, multi-million-dollar healthcare, I guess. All kinds of youthness, chemicals. They're pretty sure they both gonna live up to 95 minimum. Yeah, that's guaranteed. The modern medicine is capable of modifying the body like that. Okay, they are now moving to that meeting office somewhere, I don't know, 10 miles away or something. Damn, what the fuck is this pickup, huh? High-tech security. So yeah, this Fox TV station gonna switch somehow. I don't know what's the plan now. Need to check out the other TV stations. So what we're gonna do is Sky News is also live, which might be a good idea maybe. Interesting. Copy link. Boom. Okay, let me change the TV station. So this now link here. Now please don't play the fucking ad, please don't play the fucking ad. Okay, here we go.
A robust US president. They certainly want a neutral starting point for discussions, but what they have seen there, you know, the optics of that, the warmth displayed by Donald Trump, everything the optics say about the power dynamic in that relationship.
Gonna be listened to British accent. Oh God help me.
And elsewhere. And, you know, the two men, they went into the Beast together on the back of the Beast. Putin, interestingly, escorted down the red carpet by very close personal
Putin escorted security.
You know, they get into the meat of the matter, but I think just in terms of the
doesn't matter
that we have seen
he
so
slept,
far,
bro.
if anybody thought this was going to be a US president, you know, putting the boot in, laying down red lines, being tough with Vladimir Putin, they will be uneasy.
The fuck, look, he walked like a drunk, bro. Look at that, from left to right. Fucking what kind of yummy choices he had tonight.
The Russian delegation, and either, I mean, obviously the Russians won't see it this way. They won't see it as, you know, bringing Putin back from the cold. How will they see it? How do they view this summit?
How? Tell me how.
No, I think they do see it as a big win. When the summit was announced last week after Steve Witkoff's visit to Moscow, where that deadline was looming for Russia to agree to a ceasefire or sanctions, and then that invitation for a summit emerged.
This is a walk. Look how confident he's walking. Right hand constantly on the pocket. That's the KGB. That's the KGB attitude he have, the training.
It was very triumphant.
KGB habit, aka.
That Putin had bought time. Another kind of expert maneuver from the master negotiator, playing his opponents like a fiddle to get what he wanted here. And so they are.
Come on, are you gonna pull his hand? No, he tapped his hand. He likes to pull hands, by the way. Expert manipulator, both of them. Two psychopaths have made. What a joke.
It is a meeting of great powers. He's being seen as an equal. Donald Trump, as you see, has rolled out the red carpet for a man who's wanted for war crimes. This time last week, Donald Trump was threatening sanctions on Russia, but he's invited him here as a guest, welcomed him here for a summit, despite Vladimir Putin offering no concessions whatsoever, and it doesn't look like from these pictures, the start of this meeting, that Donald Trump has any intention of getting tough and threatening more sanctions on Vladimir Putin.
Like two best buddies walking into the brothel.
Comment from the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov.
Brothel, I don't know how to say this word.
Talks to last for 6 to 7 hours, longer than the White
Bordel.
House had scheduled them for.
We say bordel
Points to two things
in Eastern Europe.
Russia is framing this as a very significant juncture
Judo.
in US-Russia bilateral relations.
Yeah.
Why I think Putin stopped off at that war memorial on the way here in Russia's Far East, a war memorial that honours US-Soviet cooperation in World War II. He's signalling what he wants to get out of this summit, which is the start of a great new chapter in US-Russia relations. I think it also shows that Vladimir Putin
that background, $100 million background.
Opponent here, and the US delegation.
Raptor F-35.
For being across all the details.
I mean 22, 35.
All the history.
GG. This car, also $20 million, this car, at minimum.
Try and get into all those legal arguments.
And this fucking airplane, this Boeing, bro. half a billion easy.
Trump, the quickest path to peace is a deal on Russia's terms.
So much money on that airport right now.
Thank you very much.
The ways of assets.
Ole Shamshur, who is former Ukrainian ambassador to the US, and I just wonder, Ambassador,
look at that Void security guard.
What do you think when you watch these pictures of Donald Trump
kind of barking,
with Vladimir Putin, the
barking
two of them
Karen,
going off in the same car,
some kind of gremlin
and lunch and
security.
So
look at that.
What are your thoughts?
2 gremlins and
frankly speaking,
5 chats.
Surprisingly, it was
insane.
Almost hallucinating seeing the leader of the democratic world tapping the hand, almost jamming up with the war criminal, aggressor, killer. It was, in a way, it was even, frankly speaking, disgusting. And it only strengthens my apprehensions as far as the possible outcome of the meeting is concerned. I'm quite
These
sure
speakers have same accent like my friend from Kiev.
Bad for Ukraine.
Uncle, we're gonna sound like this in 50 years, bro. The raspy voice.
In Ukraine and avoiding
we're gonna make it, buddy boys.
On the European continent.
I mean, do you have trust in the man who was in our picture there, Donald Trump? Do you have trust in Donald Trump to do the right thing by your country?
Well, I cannot speak for the leaders of my country, but I have very serious doubts, and I have been always critical of Donald Trump in general, and as far as
it's gonna be Munich all over
to Ukraine and to war in Ukraine is concerned. And I think that what we have seen, it only strengthens the argument that Trump definitely clings to the idea of having possibilities to speak with Putin, not as an adversary, not as with an enemy, but as a partner. And I think that one of the issues which will be discussed, that will be the issue of revamping, refurbishing US-Russian relations, and definitely Putin knows how to play on the false ideas, illusions of Donald Trump, who really wishes to implement some absolutely, in my view, illusionary economic projects, or trying to revamp the world politics with Russia.
Say with me, buddy boys.
China. Definitely, Putin will be playing all those cards. And as I said, it took us quite well, quite bad for the possible outcome of this meeting for Ukraine.
About Ukraine,
There's
without
lots of
Ukraine.
talk about
GG.
territory. Donald Trump has talked about land swaps. Putin seems to want the rest of Donbass. I think it's about 18% or so that you still
will have
have.
it.
Putin wants that. Would Ukraine ever give that up?
Never.
Well, definitely there is a difficult reality on the front, but definitely we were quite adamant to not to allow further violation of our territorial integrity. What wants Putin is to add the Donbass to the land grabs he already made in Ukraine, occupying a new territory in addition to the territory and to Crimea occupied in 2014. The public opinion of Ukraine is definitely would like to end this war, but we cannot end the war at no matter at the basis of no matter what, because it should be understood that if the world, the United States, Europe allows Putin to implement even the part of his plan for Ukraine, that would be the prelude to the new war, new aggression of Russia, and in this case, it would encompass not only Ukraine, but enter so-called the Article 5 territory, the territory of the European members of NATO. And to make that, it should be understood that...
Okay, Ambassador, I'm going to interrupt
something
you, and we're going to listen to the two presidents.
Something going on. Oh man, what a circus. What a fucking circus, bro. Look at this. Fucking American fucking attitude. Look at this attitude. Look at that. Fucking shit show, clown fest, bro. Fucking foids are screaming, bro. Fucking, look at that. Chat scream, Karen scream. Fuck. Look at that. Wow. The journalists are fucking savages, bro. Look at that. Damn it, look at that. Look at this fucking circus, kurva. This is insane. This is fucking international fucking... Look at that.
And not much being
insane, they had to mute it. They had to fucking mute it, bro. These fucking chimpanzees, they cannot even behave. What the fuck is happened, huh? Welcome to the West, buddy boys. Yeah.
They did say, but very unusual if they.
You would never see Thai people behave like this. Fucking apes, right here. Fucking Alaska, bro. What the fuck has happened with the world? Oh my god. I'm predicting more drama in this bullshit.
No, we don't. I'm being told in my ear we don't yet. So interesting there.
Summit, they call it summit. It's more like an ambush of two idiots.
Seizes on those opportunities to, you know, get his word in first and dominate the proceedings, doesn't he? I mean, you remember, I mean, how many other presidents has he done it to?
Damn, this is cringe, almost stressful to watch this shit.
It's a very awkward moment, but other presidents too. President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, he dominates these things. And I wonder whether on this occasion the Russians said, this ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
come on, like Britcocks, turn back to the office.
To Vladimir Putin, because like you say, he usually takes every single
Okay,
opportunity
I need to check out more
speak to the media.
Channels.
Journalists there clearly desperate to get a question to both presidents. When they
Somebody
stood
have
side
to
by side, Mark, on the tarmac after coming down the stairs of their respective planes, journalists were shouting questions, especially at President Putin. He was asked, will you agree to a ceasefire? He was asked, did you underestimate Ukraine? He was asked, how can the US trust your word? He was also asked, will you stop killing civilians? At that point, he pointed to his ear and he almost seemed to smirk at the question. And then something quite remarkable happened. The two presidents walked off together, and they got into the Beast, that big armoured, heavily armoured presidential limo together. And that is unusual. You wouldn't normally see President Trump sharing his own private vehicle with another head of state. No less
good. Vance is not there, was, from what I see.
Thinking of inviting the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un to join him in the Beast when they met in Singapore in 2018 during his first term. His advisors then warned him against it. Well, now he doesn't have those same advisors in his ear. Instead, he has these friends of his that basically allow him to do whatever he thinks is best and are very much in tandem with him when it comes to foreign, diplomatic relations. And so you see Putin side by side in Trump's car, grinning out of the window. There's a still photo of President Putin smiling, and I'm sure they're not smiling when they're watching those pictures in Ukraine.
No. I wonder, can we speak to Ivor Bennett? Is Ivor Bennett still there?
Yeah. Right, Fox 35.
I'm interested to know because we're interested to speak to Ivor because to get from the Russian delegation what they have agreed to with it's a hastily arranged summit, and we saw there the kind of chaos as the two presidents sat down and shook hands, and
he looks sad.
Certainly President
There's
Trump
no voice on other channels. Other channels have
Dominic Waghorn is
camera in the office but no sound.
And Dominic,
this is why the British news is improvising right now.
I hate to say it, but more importantly, what do the people of Ukraine make of it all, do you think?
Yeah, well, Mark, we've been monitoring what Ukrainians are making of these extraordinary scenes from Anchorage and what they're saying on social media. Our teams here have been monitoring some of the comments, and Azad Safarov, our Ukrainian producer, has been monitoring his Facebook page. He says on his page alone there are hundreds of people.
The meeting is happening, they just have embargo on the sound.
And people are really angry. One comment from one of them: it's disgusting seeing Trump greeting Putin in a friendly way with a red carpet. Putin occupies territories, he destroys entire cities, he kills, rapes, robs, kidnaps, tortures, and as a result receives a red carpet welcome. I wonder what the American military thinks, says another Ukrainian, when their commander-in-chief shakes the sweaty hand of a murderer. The first questions from journalists: Putin, do you agree to a ceasefire? Did you underestimate Ukraine? Are you ready to stop killing civilians? That was something we heard shortly after these pictures were taken, when Putin and Trump walked down the red carpet and are throwing questions by journalists. And as this Ukrainian comments and notes on Facebook, Putin just smiled in response and waved his small sweaty hand. That is geopolitics for you, says that Ukrainian rather philosophically. So I think that's probably a sense of the kind of response here from Ukrainians who will be nauseated by these scenes. I mean, the thing is, Mark, there are ways of welcoming world leaders for historic summits, and there are ways of welcoming alleged indicted war criminals. Donald Trump could have done this in a way where he could have been seen to be metaphorically holding his nose, keeping his distance, but instead he has, as we've been saying, been rolling out the red carpet. He has given Vladimir Putin full honours in this welcome, complete with a military fly past above, and then welcoming the Russian president into the back of Cadillac One, where we saw Putin sniggering. I think we can assume pretty much on purpose, for the cameras laughing at the back of Cadillac One. That is going to cause, obviously, disgust around the world, but particularly here in Ukraine. But I think Ukrainians will say they're not hugely surprised by this, and this is sending a clear message, not just to them, but also to Ukraine's European allies, a clear message that this is how Donald Trump sees where his sympathies lie, and that has been made pretty clear throughout his presidency. His diplomats have voted for the Russians on the Russian side in the UN. He has at many turns in this conflict given the Russian leader the benefit of the doubt. and he has let Vladimir Putin wriggle off the hook. Most recently, when he seemed poised on the brink of imposing much more severe sanctions on the Russians, he took this opportunity to let Vladimir Putin wriggle off the hook again and extend this invitation to this meeting in Alaska instead. So I think there'll be, I think, deep concern amongst Ukrainians that the pictures they're seeing here, Mark, today, and I think they will say to their European allies, this is a very clear message. I think you have to remember, Donald Trump is somebody who understands the power of television pictures more than many others, probably more than anyone else of his generation in politics. This is a scene that he would have thought through with his advisors, will be very happy about, and is clearly broadcasting a certain picture to the world that he will be aware of. It's not accidental. Quite why he's doing this is not yet clear, but it is sending a clear message to the world, a message that is appalling, as I say, and nauseating Ukrainians watching on television.
Okay, so this is out.
Dominic, thank you very much. Let's just have a look at the latest pictures we are seeing from inside the building, and there is no sound on these
yeah,
pictures.
no sound. Yep.
We await
Sound
that,
embargo.
if indeed,
Bro,
there was any. As
the
I say,
US government have muted
the
everybody.
Russians didn't
Insane.
want that to happen. James Matthews is at the airbase with the American delegation. And James, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Donald Trump would normally seize the opportunity and would, hold court for what? Well, you see it day in, day out. Hold court for an hour, 2 hours.
Yeah, he would very much be the man in charge of an occasion like this, Mark. I think Dominic made a very good point.
Yeah, something happening.
Mark, this business of the presentation of today. Donald Trump is a man, he's showbiz. Remember The Apprentice, and he knows TV. Look at the way he works TV. Look at, I don't know, when he recovered from COVID, there was a mini movie made of that, and he's all about being on camera, about the camera being on him, whatever he does, several times a day. He's in your face, and he's fully aware this is a defining moment for his presidency and for his legacy. And if you were a TV producer who wanted to make the movie of Donald Trump, the peacemaker, you would have done exactly what he has today. From the word go, there have been pictures all over it, the departure from the White House, words on Air Force One, the wave at Air Force One, the spectacle of the landing in this far corner of the United States, the red carpet, planes nose to nose, and of course the superpower moment, the handshake of two of the most powerful men on the planet, all smiles, stopping for photographs, and nothing less.
I think they are giving time for the media
which has so nauseated people in Ukraine
to stabilize.
That's Donald Trump, the movie maker, and he's making Donald Trump the movie here today. He knows the importance of
this is very complex cooperation. Come on, two biggest countries in the world are
of politeness in the company of a man
trying to put up a show. Come on.
I've been in the Oval Office in the company of Donald Trump, Mark. I was in the Oval Office when he signed the trade deal with the United Kingdom, and I got a keen sense there of how he manages an event like that. He's the silverback in the room. When he's speaking, everybody remains silent. That day, actually, and you talk about the special relationship. On a day he was signing a trade deal with the United Kingdom, I thought the UK didn't come off terribly well from that. We had Peter Mandelson, the ambassador, standing by his shoulder. A trade deal which on that day was beneficial to the United States. It wasn't everything that the UK wanted. I remember Donald Trump, Peter Mandelson, he's a gay man.
What accent is that? Wanted. It's not Manchester.
We were celebrating the special relationship, supposedly. He made a crack about Pete Buttigieg, who is a gay politician in the United States. Spoke about him being on a bicycle with his husband. I suppose that's great, he said. And I thought, how inappropriate in the company of Peter Mandelson to, to to speak in such an offensive, vulgar
Shit,
fashion.
what did I have to move
But that's Donald
on?
Trump. That's the way he operates. He's ignorant to the sensitivities of people around him. When he speaks, he's very much the man in charge, likes to be the man in charge. I think what we've seen in the past 10 minutes is an acknowledgement by the man himself that he's not really, or not necessarily, in charge when he is in the company of Putin. I'm in no doubt the Russians would have made it clear to Trump beforehand that, look, we don't want questions. We've seen how messy that can get. We've seen and we've heard the kind of awkward questions we can get asked. We don't want to engage with that kind of forum. If Trump wasn't told beforehand, he clearly got the message as Putin sat silently next to him. And as Martha pointed out, you know, Putin was asked very pointed questions when they posed, and we're looking at the picture now, side by side. Will you stop killing civilians, Mr. Putin? He gave it a death stare, smiled, pointed to the air. Well, one imagines, and many people will hope, that that's not the last pointed question that Vladimir Putin is asked today. If not by the press, then by Donald Trump himself face to face.
And James, thank you very much. We're just getting confirmation. So the bilateral meeting between President Trump and President Putin has, and their delegations, has now begun.
Started,
that
right?
is the
room
where there will be a
started
news conference afterwards. And if the Russians are to be believed, it might be some while yet. The Russians talking about 6 or 7 hours. But that's where that will happen. No confirmation, I have to say.
British simulator, come on, give me a break.
Both flags there. Whether President Putin will attend that news conference, but that's the room where that will happen. As to the other picture we saw, which was Donald Trump and President Putin sitting side by side, we're hearing now that there was nothing said, really. The leaders, there they are, the leaders sat silently with their delegations seated to the side. A lot of shouting from the press, but nothing at all substantial. You just saw President Trump say, "Thank you very much, thank you," and not taking the opportunity to say anything substantial. And although he probably wanted to, because that's what he likes doing, but I would think that President Putin didn't want to get drawn in to anything at all in that situation. And so that transpired, and the press was ushered out at
Look, Putin have some Botox being done.
Time.
That's why he looks so puffy. I mean,
about what's that about?
He looks young and old at the same time.
The meeting is underway, so that's what we can say about all that. So now we basically wait. Joining me now is the former Russian diplomat Boris Bondarev, who worked for the Russian mission to the United Nations before resigning in 2022 over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Thank you very much for being with us. And what do you make of the scenes we've seen so far? President Trump's very warm welcome of President Putin.
Well, I'm not really surprised. And I think that what Trump did mean when he invited Putin to the United States. So he wants to make some kind of a pact with Putin, a deal. Somehow to tear him away from China, to make him a situational ally or something. So I think Donald Trump wants President Putin to like him, as he likes President Putin. And President Putin seems to be quite, he looks like deep inside he laughs. He's laughing at everything that's going on around because he feels his superiority, because that's what he has achieved. Trump still has achieved nothing in stopping the war that Putin had started. And now Putin is with Trump, invited by him into his own country, well, it's a second Putin's successful invasion. First of Ukraine, now of the United States. He's very lucky.
Well, that is one way of putting it. But I mean, what do you think then? Let's look at both men and what they want from this meeting. What will President Putin be wanting from this summit?
Ideally, he would want Trump to agree on whatever demands Putin will put forward regarding Ukraine, regarding the international peace and security, regarding European security, regarding the newly established Russian sphere of influence that would encompass ideally the former Warsaw Pact area, if you remember, including Eastern Europe. But I think for now he will be trying to make Trump his friend. So he doesn't want to disappoint Trump, but also he understands that Trump is a weak position. He puts himself in this weak position. He bets on this summit too much, and now Trump is a hostage of his own willingness to make a deal with Putin. So Putin is in a stronger position. He can demand something from Trump just to stay, just to not walk away. So I think he already thinks that is already his victory. Maybe not, very very big victory, but still it's a first step to a very good development of the situation for him.
Well, that's interesting. You say he's a hostage to Putin in this situation. You then think Putin has all the cards in this summit, do you? I mean, because the other way of looking at it is that Donald Trump could, if President Putin is not serious about wanting to work towards a ceasefire, he could impose sanctions, secondary sanctions. He could start giving more military aid to Ukraine. Do you think that's not what Donald Trump would do?
Well, we will see it very soon, I think. But for now, okay, Donald Trump has all the cards, really. But he doesn't seem to be willing to use this card, to play these cards against Putin. And Putin also has some cards. He's strengthening his position in Ukraine. He shows that he's very, very self-confident. He's breaking through this diplomatic isolation made by the West, but this diplomatic isolation hasn't ever really existed. But anyway, now it's in the eyes of the Western community, it's broken. So he has some cards to play, and he will. So I don't know. One thing that prevents President Trump from playing his cards is this, I don't know, it seems to me irrational inclination to President Putin, is irrational respect to Putin, irrational wish to be liked by those like Putin, by those strong men. And Donald Trump brings into world politics a lot of irrational. That's the fact.
Yes, it's interesting. I mean, Vladimir Putin always has the appearance of a man who thinks he has all the cards, even when he doesn't, it seems to me. Is the situation, do you think, in Ukraine and with the war, a problem for Putin? Because he's made some progress recently, but things are not going well, certainly not as well as he hoped they would go in February 2022.
Exactly, and that's how he plays his game. And he can give a masterclass to all of European politicians, political leaders, including Donald Trump. He is stuck in Ukraine. He obviously cannot win this war in Ukraine, but he's not desperate. He is using different avenues, diplomacy, United States, sowing disunity into the European Union or something. So he's using whatever instruments are at his disposal, unlike Western leaders who are committed too much only to economic sanctions, for instance, and who are too afraid to use other tools, other instruments of pressure, other confrontation steps to make, which are necessary to
Man, that's a lot of noise.
Vladimir Putin. Because you see, you look at him. He seems very happy. I'd say quite, in high.
It's a lot of noise they have from the airplane. Jesus fuck! Look at that. Business, bro. We are the hot shit. Yeah, I can. It's hard to hear him, but that humming noise in the background is exactly the type of noise you're gonna hear on the airplane when you go geomax somewhere. Let's say you have 10-hour flight or 15 hours. This noise of blowing wind gonna be in your face. Everything is gonna be vibrating. Everything is dark. And also airplanes inside are super cold, by the way, around 15 Celsius, which is so cold. Without the jacket you're gonna start sneezing and coughing within 10 minutes. Test. But let's see the British, what they have to say. Okay, tonight Medican is Cuba International News Agency, right?
American soil. There was a translator sat directly to Vladimir Putin's
Swaps,
right,
tariffs, guilds. Yeah, I like this lingo Mr. Trump is bringing to the table.
His Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So an unusually silent press conference there, or press spray as they call it, pool spray, where a certain group of domestic media representatives are allowed into the room. Clearly journalists screaming questions over one another, desperate to try and glean anything that they can from the two men in the room. But really, we learned very little.
Well, it's also difficult to see where an agreement is going to be, because if you believe Boris Bondarev there, who knows the Russian regime quite well, if you believe what he had to say, Putin hasn't changed his mind about any of this, and he still has all of Ukraine
Something is happening
in his sights, just as he did in that speech before the full-scale invasion. Nothing's changed. It's just that, you know, he's, what did he say? He said that he wants to be liked by Trump and Trump wants to be liked by him.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting dynamic that doesn't really tell us much about what is going to emerge from this.
Yeah, I mean, those sanctions that the US has placed on Russia are beginning to sting. You know, their wartime economy is not very strong at the moment, and that's the reason why Vladimir Putin is in the room with Donald Trump. He's also clearly incurred heavy losses on the battlefield, almost 1 million casualties, injured and dead as a result of his invasion of Ukraine. You know, this war, given that enormous cost, financial and on the battlefield, has to deliver a win for Vladimir Putin in the end. He has to be seen by his people to at least have achieved some semblance of victory here. And it doesn't seem like he's particularly willing to move on the issue of territory. He wants full control of those 4 regions that Moscow has already annexed: Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson. He doesn't currently occupy all of them, though. So there's no sense really that Vladimir Putin is willing to move on his proposed plan for peace, you know, really. So, you know, I don't know where these two men are going to find common ground, because Donald Trump has assured European leaders, after he had that video call with Volodymyr Zelensky, with Emmanuel Macron, with Friedrich Merz, he's assured them that he won't be agreeing to any land swap today. But that is exactly what Vladimir Putin will want from him. He wants to win over Donald Trump to his way of thinking and his vision of what the future of Ukraine should be.
Yes. I mean, there's no question. Donald Trump, and you cover this, living in the States, he craves the attention, as we all know. He loves the hype. He likes the sense of history in the making, even when potentially there is no history in the making from this meeting. And he likes the spectacle. And as distasteful as this all sounds to the people of Ukraine, you know, there could be more spectacle here than substance.
Well, he's certainly got the spectacle, hasn't he? That picture of them shaking hands at the end of a red carpet there, you see them together in that room. He's certainly the centre of attention right now. But today he wants to bolster the image that he has of himself as a deal maker and a peacemaker. He wants that to be part of his legacy. He's got his eye on the Nobel Peace Prize. It upsets him that Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize and he hasn't. He genuinely wants to bring about peace in Ukraine, whether that be for selfish aims or otherwise. I just don't see the route to that today, given that they have such different views of the future.
No. Martha, thank you very much. So what we can tell you is that this bilateral summit between President Putin and President Trump is now underway. And it's 9 p.m. in the UK, midday here, and history has been made in Alaska as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin come together, the plan to see if it's possible to bring peace to Ukraine. The leaders landed in their respective aircraft at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base around 30 minutes apart. President Trump landing first in Air Force One. Both men stayed on their
okay, he's 80 years old.
Seemingly prearranged.
He still look good,
left
no?
first and
Or
made
80.
his way down the steps to greet President Putin. President Trump and President Putin walked onto the red carpet, connecting from each plane, and they met in the middle. And once on the tarmac, President Trump seemed to applaud the Russian president and greeted him almost like an old friend as he made his way across for the handshake, face to face, 6 years after their last meeting. And the meeting at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base here in Anchorage was organized not long ago, just days ago, but the work behind the scenes appeared to pay off as they followed the red carpets for all the world's press to see.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
That's not a good tap. He tried to pull. Look at that. Damn.
Will you stop killing civilians?
Reporters shouted questions as the men stood on top of the small stage there, the podium, and posed for photos in Anchorage, with one journalist, as you may have heard there, asking the Russian president if he will stop the killing of civilians.
He's not so full.
That would not have happened in Moscow. Well, earlier, Volodymyr Zelensky had accused Moscow of continuing and ramping up their attacks across Ukraine ahead of the talks between Trump and Putin today. But today's meeting is just the two sides, the United States and Russia. The two presidents then made their way towards their vehicles. I say vehicles, they actually ended up getting in the one vehicle, despite Putin's Aurus limousine being in situ there on the tarmac near the planes. The Russian president did get into Donald Trump's presidential Cadillac, nicknamed the Beast, and they chatted, and Mr. Trump appeared to wave to the crowds as the car departed, while Mr. Putin was seen smiling through the window.
Press, thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
The two men sat down together in front of
What is going on? Wow.
the world's press, or representatives of the world's press, but the questions from reporters were drowned out, and any hope of hearing what the leaders had to say was lost. They also made it clear that they couldn't hear what was being shouted at them, or pretended they couldn't hear what was being shouted at them.
It's brutal. It's
Let's
that
speak
$1
then
billion
to
mute
our
button.
Moscow correspondent who is with the Russian delegation, also James Matthews, who is of course our US correspondent, who is with the American team. And James, let's start with you. So this bilateral meeting is underway, and as many of our guests have said, many observers are saying, it's already the very fact that this meeting has taken place in the way it has here in Alaska is something of a victory for President Putin.
Hi, Mark. Yeah, if there was any doubt about that word victory for Putin, I think that has gone away, having watched the spectacle of his arrival here. Remember, Vladimir Putin is the aggressor in this conflict, a man with blood on his hands, and yet he was given the red carpet treatment. Not just that, but he was received by a US president who appeared to be applauding his arrival, very much gave it the old friend greeting, and there was nothing less than a military flypast for a Russian president who ostensibly is here to talk about ending a war that he started, ending a war that he has escalated in recent days with a view to coming here. A Russian president with whom Donald Trump said he was very disappointed because of the number of civilian deaths. So quite what that says about the power dynamic in this relationship. I think it's clear that Putin enjoys a degree of power, admiration from Donald Trump. It will have appalled, and we've heard from Dominic Waghorn in Ukraine, it has appalled people in Ukraine. They are galled by the reception offered to the man who invaded their country and who they see as fronting a deception plan. They see it as a deception plan to reel Donald Trump back in, to pull him back towards Russia.
Oh, I love this song. Musty ass kush, homie smelling like a golden shower. And that's a $1 billion American production. Musty ass kush. Let's go. British media continue.
And this is an exercise for Vladimir Putin to get him back on side, at the very least, so that he can extend the war free of sanctions. The notion that there will be a ceasefire announced today, a deal struck today, has always appeared distant. I think, Mark, I'm standing in the auditorium in amongst the US and Russian press. Pursuing peace is the tagline on the stage behind two podiums set up for a news conference which will take place after the meetings, however long they should last. And we will get the detail, presumably some detail of what was discussed, how concrete that is in terms of a deal, a solution. We, I wouldn't hold out too much hope because it has to be taken back to the Ukrainians and, of course, to European partners. But Putin looked very happy. He was all smiles, firm handshake. There was backslapping and, as I say, applause from Donald Trump. What we didn't get from Putin was an answer to some of the key questions, and they were being asked there. Will you agree to a ceasefire? Will you stop killing civilians?
Yeah, no more chatky britky. Now it's musty ass kush, homie smelling like a golden shower, bro. And also, every cut he makes is so precise.
Yes, and James, Trump has always said, of course,
for my friend RTX out there.
With Putin, but then he added the other day, but that doesn't mean you just roll over. I guess this meeting is his chance to prove that.
This shit is crashing on me.
Come down to the substance of their discussions, and of course, Mark, it will be about much more than Ukraine itself. But Donald Trump, he has made an effort to talk tough going in to this meeting, saying that he'll walk away. He'll get a sense within the first 2 minutes if it's not going to work out, and if not, he will walk away. Well, we've had a lot more than 2 minutes. He hasn't walked away yet, so maybe the initial exchanges are going well. But Donald Trump has gone into this meeting being quintessential Trump, being a muscular president who fully recognizes the importance to him of this meeting. This will define his presidency. We will be talking about these events on this day for years to come in the context of success or of failure. Failure is what Donald Trump wants to avoid. He knows the importance of a result today for his legacy. And as I say, we wait to see what the outcome will be.
Oh shit. Will it be a clear Thomas White channel got wiped?
Is seen as
That's
a good
crazy,
piece for Ukraine, or will it be seen as a bad piece? Will it be something in between? Will it be seen
It's probably related to that webcam caller, no? Who showed his junk a week ago.
Not in doubt is the regard, the reverence, if not deference, that Donald Trump feels for Vladimir Putin. That's what we see playing out in these pictures.
Well,
an international pariah,
he better start a new one. I mean, he can still regain the viewership, the fan base, I guess.
In the back of the beast with the United States president, you know, a rare acknowledgement of power, of another superpower, an acknowledgement of equality at least. But I think the troubling aspect for all of this, for Ukrainians and for onlookers in other European capitals, will be
so they are still preparing. I mean, the main talk's gonna start maybe within an hour, I guess, no?
Yeah, so let's speak to Ivor Bennett, who is, of course,
I have 10 p.m. in the Gulag right now. It's just noon in Alaska, I think.
Anchorage, and the first thing to say, I guess, Ivor, is that President Putin looks pretty pleased to be here.
You're absolutely right, Mark. I mean, he was beaming throughout this greeting he got on the tarmac here at Elmendorf Air Force Base. As he got into the Beast, the presidential limousine, he was grinning ear to ear. He could barely contain his glee, and no wonder, because this welcome he got here had all the trappings of a state visit, didn't it? I mean, the red carpet was rolled out, there was the fly past, the handshake. I think North Korea is the only other country that has greeted the Russian president in this manner in the last few years. So this really does signal a very big win for Vladimir Putin diplomatically.
So exciting,
before this summit
exciting
really
to get started.
And this is exactly what he wants, of course. It is a meeting of great powers. He's been welcomed here as an equal, and he now has the chance to carve up Ukraine without Ukraine being at the table. I think it's just worth mentioning, though, Mark, that the war was never supposed to end or last this long, of course. It was never supposed to end in a negotiated settlement. Vladimir Putin's so-called special military operation, his invasion of Ukraine, was supposed to be over in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to end in an outright victory that would remove Volodymyr Zelensky from power. But here we are 3.5 years on. Several things did not go to plan. Several things went drastically wrong for
Ukraine president wants the war and surrender talk.
Neutral neighbors, Sweden and Finland.
Yeah, also they are putting Ukraine into position that they must swap, otherwise it's gonna look uncooperative, you know how it is, good cop, bad cop routine.
It has come at a huge financial cost, it's come at a huge human cost, all the losses in 3.5 years of fighting. But interestingly, it is not presented in that way in Russia, and so it's not seen as that way. It's cast as an existential struggle, almost akin to a holy war, that is worthy of the sacrifice. Many Russians that we have spoken to in the last year have embraced this kind of long, grinding nature of the war. And the mood in Moscow very much, and a mood amongst the Russian delegation here, is a triumphant one. They feel, or they know they had the advantage on the battlefield, and they feel they now have the advantage when it comes to having Donald Trump's ear and when it comes to the negotiating table. Having said that, though, Mark, the war for Vladimir Putin has to end in a victory. He has to have a visible victory to show for it, and that's exactly what he will be after at this summit, because his legacy is at stake.
Yes, and James, it's interesting that before this summit, only 2 Western leaders had met Putin since he carried out the full-scale invasion of Ukraine and was placed under an arrest warrant for war crimes in March 2023. And they were the prime ministers of Slovakia and Hungary. And here we have it, the President of the United States literally rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin.
A pariah, a wanted man, a man who, if he was in many other countries and had landed on the tarmac, would right now be in handcuffs, because he has been indicted by the International Criminal Court for the deportation of Ukrainian children back to Russia. So make no bones about it, the man being received as a friend by Donald Trump is very much the old foe in the eyes of many countries around the world. But I suppose we consider the stature that this affords to Putin when these pictures are beamed around the world. What caption do you put on a picture like that? The Russian bear back in the fold, the Russian bear, you know, the backslapping of the big admirer, the leader of the free world, the US president, who lays down the law of the land in so many ways, the laws, and is a guide for the politics of the Western world. To be in the company of him and his considerable influence internationally, and to be received in such a warm and affectionate manner is clearly a result for Vladimir Putin. And this is a pivotal moment, make no mistake, in terms of the Ukraine-Russia conflict and quite how things turn. Well, that remains to be seen, but I think people in Ukraine will think it's turning against them as they watch the initial exchanges. I mean, quite what conversation flows from those pictures and that reception. I can't myself envisage a bruising encounter in which Vladimir Putin is nailed to the wall with very difficult questions, with red lines, with a demand for answers on killing civilians, a demand for answers on ceasefire. Why the delay? Why increase the attacks on Ukraine in the run-up to this summit? There are many pointed questions that Donald Trump can put to Putin. There are many reasons why this meeting would not be a happy affair because of the kind of ground and the territory that they will explore. But, the notion that this will be acrimonious and that these two will antagonize each other, that notion is a considerable distance.
Oh, I know what fit here perfectly in the corner. Noodles, we need noodles in jungle.
Yes, but yeah. I guess Donald Trump's calculation will be that this is the man he has to do business with if he's going to get this ceasefire. Ivor is still with us, and Ivor, I assume that President Putin sees this as an opportunity to get what he wants, or close to what he wants, which I assume is one of two things: either a deal that is so favourable to him that he simply can't refuse it, or this, further extension to what is already a long, drawn-out diplomatic process that is buying him time on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's his goal here is to get exactly all of Russia's demands, to secure all of Russia's long-term goals here when it comes to its war in Ukraine. And that's not just territory. Territory obviously is part of it, but it's also about neutrality for Ukraine, permanent neutrality and limits on its armed forces. And he will be trying to convince Donald Trump that the quickest path to peace is a deal on those terms, because he has no intention of backing down on the battlefield, so the hope is that Donald Trump will agree with him and then give Ukraine that kind of terrible dilemma: either you accept these terms that I've cooked up with Moscow, or we're going to withdraw support and you go it alone, and Ukraine will have to then face that choice. But I don't think Vladimir Putin can present it quite like that. He will have to go into these negotiations offering the appearance of concessions, because Donald Trump will want to be seen as the peacemaker-in-chief, seen as the one who is calling all the shots. And Vladimir Putin will know that he can't lose face here. The American president must have something to show from this summit. So I think he will offer him something. We'll have to see what that is. Donald Trump has talked up the prospect of a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, a second summit after this one, perhaps involving Trump as well, saying that could happen potentially very soon. I think that's probably wishful thinking from Donald Trump, because Vladimir Putin sees Zelensky, he doesn't see him as an equal. He sees him as an illegitimate leader, kind of like a governor of a Russian province almost. And that's why he steadfastly refused to meet the Ukrainian leader. And I can't see him waiting around in Alaska for Zelensky to turn up. That would not be a good look for Putin. It will be a sign of weakness. But I think he might offer the loose promise of a meeting. It will undoubtedly come with lots of strings attached, but it could give Donald Trump something to show from this summit, to point to progress towards peace. Or there could be other things
about Ukraine without Zelensky.
Bigger things,
it's crazy.
That feed into the bigger geopolitical
It's
things,
like Munich in 38.
like a new nuclear arms control treaty between the US and Russia.
Something will happen.
Only one of those treaties actually exists still. Only one of them remains. It runs out in February 2026. So if the two sides can actually come up with a new nuclear arms control treaty, then for Russia that gives them something to point to say, yes, look, we do want peace in the broad sense. And for Donald Trump, it gives him something to take credit for in his kind of desire to try and secure the Nobel Peace Prize. And to cast himself as this great peacemaking president. So there'll be these other things that the Russian delegation will be kind of putting on the table,
Fox 35
sweeteners to kind of tempt Donald Trump,
Studio
to distract him
and
from
Sky News.
What's happening in Ukraine, to say, look at all the business and other things we could get done in the event of better bilateral ties between us if you side with us on Ukraine.
Yes, Ivor, thank you very much. It's interesting, since we've been in Anchorage, that you do see people or you hear people around Anchorage talking about the visit of President Putin, and Martha Kellner, correspondent, was out and about yesterday and talking to people, and some of the people were saying they didn't want President Putin here, and these are pictures of a small protest that is taking place today against it's pro-Ukraine. It is a pro-Ukraine protest, as you can see from the flags there. And as I say, there are people who are upset about this visit to their city of President Putin. Not here, of course, is the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Donald Trump says he will be at the next summit as long as today's meeting goes to plan. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in today's talks, and says even as the leaders made their way here, the attacks on his country were continuing.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Let's speak to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Kyiv. And Dominic, there's no question about it. President Zelensky is clearly very upset not to be involved in this summit.
He is. He's very upset to not be at the table, but to his country's future to be very much on the menu. And his fear is, and his advisors and the Ukrainians' fear is, that their country is going to get gobbled up into Vladimir Putin's plans for a greater Russia, that he may well further in this meeting, this extraordinary meeting with Donald Trump. To give you a sense, and I'm sure you can imagine, Mark, the social media in Ukraine has just been lit up with fury, anger and disgust at what they're seeing in Alaska. But obviously, there are different ways of welcoming a world leader to this kind of event, and Donald Trump has gone all out to give a huge welcome to Vladimir Putin. I think that it obviously is sticking in the core of Ukrainians. You know, one person on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, sorry, we've been monitoring Facebook here, says he occupies territories, he destroys entire cities, he kills, he rapes, he robs, he kidnaps, he tortures, and as a result, he receives a red carpet welcome. And on Twitter, the Ukrainian journalist says this: the world's war criminal, #1 war criminal, and the key figure behind currently the world's largest war, the most brutal European war of aggression since World War II, ends up like this, pleased into oblivion and received as an emperor on the US soil. And he's tweeted a picture, that extraordinary image of Vladimir Putin in the back of Cadillac One, sitting alongside.
Yeah, for real. When the invasion started, Russian soldiers are coming from such a poor background. Imagine $100 a month in some cases. So they are stealing toilets and washing machines, appliances. I mean, American soldiers not do this stuff because the government gives them money, and they come from this background where you have $5,000 salaries. So yeah, if you have $100 salary, you're gonna steal toilet. But if you're American, you have $5,000 salary, you're gonna just pass through, you know, do the damage, but you don't steal toilets, you know. I mean,
to Alaska to walk down the red carpet to this extraordinary event. I think the only sort of caveat, Mark, to this is I think that at an official level, Ukrainians will be able to use these pictures to ram home the point they've been making for a long time now to their European allies, which is that it is clear Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine, and that is self-evidently clear. And these pictures sort of broadcast that in a very graphic way, I guess. And they will be able to say to the European allies, be under no illusion, America is backing away from supporting Ukraine. America's president sees a much more common cause with Vladimir Putin. And whatever comes out of this summit, that is something that I think that they will be using to press home to the Europeans that they must do a lot more to support them, whatever America does. And I think the other point, Mark, looking at these pictures, is it raises the stakes for both Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. As Ivor was saying there, it is going to be very hard for Putin now to back down in any way because he's got the wind in his sails. The media at home are going to be milking this for all it's worth. But also for Donald Trump, he has to now make sure that Vladimir Putin does not benefit from this. If there are any more massive advances on the Eastern Front in Ukraine, if, for instance, Russian forces did get through and start advancing heavily, then these pictures are going to look very bad for Donald Trump. And if peace is not made, if progress towards peace is not made, or a kind of peace is made, and then in a few years' time, Putin comes back for more, these pictures will make Donald Trump look like a sucker. So he does have to make progress now, and he has to put substance behind his diplomacy. How he does that, though, in these talks is anyone's guess, because the differences, as we've been hearing from Martha and from Ivor, between these two leaders are still enormous. How you thread that needle between an American president who wants to make peace and a Russian president who is sincere about absorbing Ukraine into Russia, that is a huge diplomatic challenge for the Americans to try and pull off, if they are sincere in their intent to do so.
Yes. Well, I mean, you say that Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine. He would argue, I guess, that that he is prepared to get tough, or he said he's prepared to get tough if Putin's not serious in terms of sanctions and rearming Ukraine, even if it means European countries buying those arms. So that would be, I assume, what Donald Trump would say. Just finally, Dominic, I mean, we know that President Putin is a master of these things, a master of manipulation. Presumably, he's going to be working hard here in Alaska to cast Zelensky as the intransigent one. Just very briefly.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be one of his main objectives here is to come up with some kind of agreement with Donald Trump that makes it look like he is pursuing peace. He's obviously not going to agree to an immediate ceasefire. He believes he is winning this war. In particular, this week, his forces have made some surprising advances on the eastern front here. But he does have to look like he is trying to pursue peace and get himself into a position where Zelensky has to say no to whatever comes out of this, and therefore the Russians can then say that the Ukrainians are the problem. You know, that may be very unfair, but that will then help them to make this argument not just at home or in the world stage, but also amongst their sympathizers in America. And there are many of those in the MAGA movement, amongst podcasters and others supporting Donald Trump, who want him to move on from the war in Ukraine, however it turns out, because they see that as a threat and something that's consuming American money and potentially could cause a nuclear war. That's how they argue it, at least, and they want the Americans to move on and have a rapprochement with the Russians. And as you're saying, you know, Vladimir Putin has to make this the outcome to make it look as though it's Ukrainians' fault.
Somewhere
if peace is not pursued and there's not progress towards peace. He's a clever manipulator and a very adept negotiator, and he'll do his best to do so.
Upstate New York.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
but yeah,
Dominic,
what is he? Where is he? How is he?
In the building where the meeting is taking place, there are preparations underway for a news conference a little later on after those talks. They've been talking for over an hour now. As we keep saying, the Russians have predicted it could be 6 or 7 hours. We simply don't know how well those talks are going. But just to say they are underway. They've been talking for more than an hour. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, I'll be speaking to Daniel Freed, the former US ambassador to Poland.
Not that grotesque. Grotesque, I mean, generally, like a theater. Lol, I see. My bad. Yeah, how can I rename the stream though? Is it possible? I don't know. Here. Observing the summit. Okay. Yeah. Like this, boom. Check it out. Yeah, what's the weather in Bangkok? Tell me. Probably perfect. Around 31, okay. Okay, now we are going to Gulag. Yeah, I have a heat wave these days, by the way. Of course, 26, it says Zurich. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some coffee, but the debrief should happen anytime now, no? I don't know, it's open mic, anybody can join.
Welcome back to Anchorage in Alaska, where the two presidents, Presidents Trump and President Putin.
Oh wow, Chinese historian released new video. Nice.
Meeting with their delegations, we understand, and they've been talking now for more than an hour. And well, there's two sides to this. There's Donald Trump, who said he'll know within 2 or 3 minutes whether President Putin was serious about a ceasefire and about searching for peace, and so that's gone on longer than 2 or 3 minutes, and Donald Trump hasn't walked out. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is that the Russians, the Kremlin, said before the two men met that it could go on for 6 or 7 hours, and that certainly was not in the White House planning schedule. But we will know soon enough what has transpired, and there hopefully will be a news conference featuring both presidents. Joining me now from Washington is the former US ambassador to Poland, Daniel Fried. Thank you very much for being with us. And first of all, what do you make of what we've witnessed so far here in Anchorage today?
Well, we haven't witnessed much. This is the beginning. We will judge this meeting by how it ends and what happens after, not the beginning. The burden is somewhat on President Trump to show that he got something by inviting Putin to Anchorage. Putin was strutting in his own kind of I'm the master of the universe way. And Trump, having invited him here under the questionable premise that Putin was ready to make a deal on Ukraine, now has to show that Trump, has pushed Putin into a more reasonable position. If he gets a ceasefire out of Putin, that's great. My guess is that Putin is putting some shiny object on the table, some enticing offer, maybe on arms control, maybe on business deals, maybe on Ukraine, but I would look very hard at the details on any offer from the Russians on Ukraine before running with it, because Putin is a master of obfuscation, deception, deflection, and I think Trump's job is to nail him, to use the considerable leverage that the United States has to push for a ceasefire, to push for steps to end the war, and that it means security for Ukraine after a ceasefire. We'll see. It's possible there'll be some progress made, but we're just sitting here waiting.
We are. And I just wonder, what do you make of the lineups of the two sides of the negotiating table here? You have a very experienced team with President Putin, a team that has sort of done it all before diplomatically, and you've got on the other side of the table a Gulf friend, property developer, Steve Witkoff, and you've got Marco Rubio and one or two others, I assume. What do you make of those, the contrast between the two lineups?
Secretary Rubio, former Senator Rubio, knows the issues. He's got experience in foreign affairs. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, is new to this game. And being his background in real estate prepares him for many things, but not all things. So Rubio, though, is smart enough and knowledgeable enough to tell whether Putin is making a real offer or a fake offer. And I think Trump is aware that if he is suckered by Putin or appears to be suckered by Putin, that nothing good will come of it.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Rubio is brave enough to actually tell President Trump what he thinks?
I think that in the context of the meeting, Rubio is certainly able to either interject or send a note to Putin or let it be known that Putin is jerking Trump around because if Trump is played by Putin, if Rubio doesn't do his job, which is to back up his president, then nobody will look good on the U.S. side. And I suspect that Trump is aware of that. I think his language in the last few days has been not bad. He has suggested that the burden is on Putin. He has stopped pushing Zelensky, who really isn't the problem. The problem is Putin. And Trump has made it clear that he's prepared to increase the pressure on Russia. Now, look, I understand that Trump, ever since he took office again, has tiptoed up to the line of more pressure on Russia and then always backed off. And he can't keep doing this without a real loss of credibility. And this is a moment where he has to put up or shut up unless Putin gives him something that will stand up. And that's what we're waiting to find out.
Do you think that Donald Trump means it when he said a couple of days ago that he will get tough with Putin if he's not serious about moving towards a ceasefire, that he will apply sanctions, or he hinted that he would apply sanctions? I can be very tough, he said. I mean, do you believe that in this instance?
Well, ultimately, we will believe it only when we see it, right? We've seen Donald Trump walk up to the line and not yet deliver. So the burden is going to be on him to show that he can. Now, he has options. There are plenty of viable options to increase the economic pressure on Russia, and those options involve working with the Europeans. But going after Russian oil revenue is something we could do. There are several ways to do it, some risks involved, but there are some practical ways forward. And if Putin offers something, Trump can hold those sanctions in reserve. If Putin doesn't offer anything, or if what he offers is a mirage, Trump really needs to lower the hammer on Putin for his own credibility. And if there's one thing Trump hates, it's being seen as a sucker or being played or being weak. So that's what's on the line. And I think Putin knows it. The question is whether Putin is going to be so arrogant that he brings about his own downfall by alienating Trump and putting Trump in a position where he really wants to step on Putin, or whether Putin will come up with something clever enough to once again escape the pressure. And if he does, will Trump hold him to actually deliver? Will Trump push for something real? Those are all the questions. Nobody knows the answers to those things yet.
No, yet. We may well find out a little later. Daniel Fried, appreciate you coming on the program. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
And James Matthews is with the White House delegation. And James, I don't know whether you could hear that. We were talking about the two contrasting teams with the two presidents. And I just wonder, what are the White House saying about this criticism of Trump's team, that it is inexperienced and lightweight compared to the Russians? Because I mean, the White House has been saying, look, Donald Trump has a unique way of doing things. He is a unique negotiator, and give it time and it may work.
Yeah, I think we actually get the message from the man himself, don't we? Donald Trump, in the past 24 hours, has spoken about that interaction and the dynamic between him and Putin. He's been in this game a long time, he said, but so have I, a long, long time. Well, actually, he hasn't. I mean, this is his second term as a president, of course, and he has been in the company of Putin in the past. He has interacted, but Putin has made a career of playing the long game as a politician, of creeping advances politically, geographically, in the case of Ukraine. So Donald Trump actually relatively doesn't have much experience of Putin and how to get the best deal with Putin. I know people who have dealt with Putin, UK people who were involved in our secret services, and they tell me that Putin and people like him, they need experience, and that can take decades to sit down with the likes of Vladimir Putin and just get to know them, even on a friendly basis. Get to know, you know, when they are telling you the truth, and get to know when you can smell the BS. You know, and that just takes interaction over time.
Yes.
Getting to know somebody. It's the same in any relationship, I suppose. Up front, you know, if Putin's all smiles and promises you the earth, then at face value, on the first meeting, you'd probably take that and think that's genuine. It will take you, you know, a few interactions to realise actually that's just him playing a game. So I think that's where we are in terms of how to handle Putin. It does take experience. More experience, I would suggest, and others who are in this game would suggest, than just, you know, a handful of meetings over a handful of years. So to that extent, I think Trump is at something of a disadvantage on the lack of experience front. In terms of the team that he has brought with him, you know, they are of varying ages, varying levels of experience, varied backgrounds in terms of their careers, their speciality, and there are a few of them that when I look down the list, first of all, who are, you know, far over 40 years of age, but few who have engaged in not just the diplomatic process, but also the process of dealing with an ex-KGB master of the dark arts. Steve Witkoff, I think there's a question around Steve Witkoff. You know, understandably, from his point of view, he's a property lawyer. What would he know about dealing with Putin? And it may be that that has got us to the situation where we are in now, bounced into this rushed meeting on a promise that was never made by. So, you know, there are signs of the lack of experience, and that has caused problems in the process. I think your previous guest, Danielle, she was interesting. They were interesting in terms of that business of Putin, or Trump rather, having to show strength. And that, of course, is correct. Trump cares about that. He wants to emerge with swagger, the muscular US president leader of the free world. He may not be allowed to do that because of the deal that Putin twists his arm towards. The alternative, of course, would be with strength and bringing down the hammer of Ukraine, because he can't manage it with Putin. That would be the worst case scenario, you know, being presented with a deal that Ukraine can't accept and bringing down the hammer on Ukraine, saying, look, you're on your own. I'm the leader of the free world, I've got bigger interests. And just leaving Ukraine and European allies to it, walking away, and of course, Putin would enjoy that spectacle big time.
Yeah, okay, James, thank you very much. Slight sound issue there, I apologise for that. But we can speak now to the former commander of the UK's Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barrons. General, good evening, thanks for being with us. Do you see any possibility of the outline of a deal emerging from this summit?
I think it's extremely unlikely, given that there's no real indication that either side knows what the outcome of this current meeting is going to be, and there's an awful lot of speculation, and there's no script. So I think the best we can hope for is that it doesn't go wildly wrong, and perhaps it does begin to pave the way to more substantive discussions, particularly including Ukraine and Europe.
If they're going to lose land, if the Ukrainians are going to lose land, and Donald Trump has been speaking about land swaps and so forth, I assume the most important thing then for the Ukrainians is this whole idea of security guarantees. What do you think those security guarantees should be?
So I think the first point is at the minute Russia is sitting on 20% of Ukraine, and everybody understands that Russia isn't about to abandon that 20%, and Ukraine has not got the military means even with a lot of help, to aspire to take it back by force anytime soon. So if there is a ceding of territory, it might be a recognition of the current...
We'll try to get one more good one in here, especially with our interpreters, to make sure that everything is sounding great. All translation is going through the right channels. If I remember off the top of my head, for those that will have any of the transceivers, I believe 00 is floor, 01 is English, and 02 is Russian.
Correct. Yes.
And that is confirmed by State Department. Again, that's what it should be. 00 floor, 01 English, 02 Russian. I am speaking from the Russian lectern over here and just doing a couple sound checks again. My team is just right off over to the side. I will get a white balance too for all you great folks and everything, and enjoy standing up here. But again, over to my right side, your left side, my team is in that little alcove for audio and video and everything, and they can assist you if you guys are having some issues, and we can try to resolve it. Also, just to let everyone know, for those that don't, our volts are output is at mic level, so mic level on the volts output, just to let you know. And again, this is speaking from the Russian lectern right now, and just doing some audio checks to make sure everything is good. Also, make sure everyone gets their white balance, and just verify everything is good. Eventually here we'll maybe get the question mics a quick test and verify that those are good for any possible, if we have questions or anything that will be open to the floor, we'll get those tested really quick. Other than that, we're looking good. I think, you know, everything is going well so far. I haven't heard of any issues brought to our team yet. So again, if you do have anything that you need, please reach out to us. We'll make sure everything is going well. We'll continue to be up here to test. So this was from the Russian lectern. I'll repass it back over to the English side, and they'll start going.
So we're going to do the press question mics now. Test the press question mics.
Press question mic right here. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check.
Let's go and cycle through all of them if you get a chance.
3, 4, 5. Question mic number 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Question mic number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Question mic number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Question mic number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 1, 2, 6.
Alright, I'm gonna switch to the British intelligence.
I absolutely do not. Russia claims to have annexed the 4 eastern provinces of Ukraine. It doesn't occupy anything like all of that territory, and it doesn't even occupy the 2 provinces of Donetsk and Luhansk. And I think Ukraine is almost certainly never going to cede that territory, because were it to, it would be a gift to Russia, but also it would cede to Russia territory that made it much easier to Russia to relaunch their offensive at some point in the future, because Ukraine would have given up some heavily fortified positions. So I think the conversation about a ceasefire has to start with where the line is now and see if you can adjust it one way or another. But there aren't going to be that sort of concessions. And as I say, even if Ukraine is forced to accept it can't take the territory back now, it will still think that in the future, even if it's decades, it will get its country back.
And just finally, General, in 30 seconds or so, if there is a ceasefire, and I mean, who knows how it's going to work, but if positions are frozen and the ceasefire takes effect, do you think it's inevitable that down the line President Putin comes back for more?
So there's nothing inevitable, but the point is Europe economy is 12 times the size of Russia. So frankly, it's ridiculous that Russia feels it has that option. We need, as Europe with the US, to make it clear that this has ended now, and that if Russia were to consider starting again, it would be to its massive cost.
Q&A check 1 2 1 2 3.
Okay, General, thank you very much indeed for being with us. So, well, where are we then? We are in a position where the two men there, President Putin and President Trump, have been talking now for about 2 hours. They met there as they came out of their respective aircraft, and President Putin, well, he got the red carpet treatment, as you can see. They're meeting as we speak with their delegations, and we don't know how long those meetings will go on, but a news briefing is planned after those talks. Much more.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armory. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
We need Alaska.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
They talk about something already. Come on. I'm just testing, I think.
Alright, so I'm just going to be talking around some Russian interpretation tests with folks. Yep, you're going to hear the Russian translation in some of these headsets for those of you that wanting to. Yeah, go ahead and go in the booth and go ahead and just start working on that. In the meantime, I'm going to get the these headsets up and running.
Nice car.
Okay, so people, whoever was wanting to test the Russian channel should have been hearing that just now. It should be cutting me out as he's talking. But just let me know if there are any issues. We have tested this multiple times, so we should be.
It's 10 p.m. in the UK, 1 p.m. here in Anchorage in Alaska. I'm Mark Austin with special coverage of the meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. An historic handshake. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin greet each other at a US military base here in Anchorage, with peace in Ukraine top of the agenda. With the eyes of the world on them, the two leaders will see if the bloodshed in Ukraine can be stopped. Nicknamed the Beast, but Vladimir Putin seemed to enjoy his ride in Donald Trump's presidential limo.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
But the Russian leader faced difficult questions from the start as journalists demanded answers from Putin on the slaughter in Ukraine.
Right.
The talks will involve the two presidents and their closest advisors on foreign affairs and could go on for hours.
It's crazy shit.
Good evening. History has been made in Alaska as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin come together. The plan to see if it's possible to bring peace to Ukraine. The leaders landed in their respective planes at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base, around 30 minutes apart, Trump landing first in Air Force One. The US president was first down the steps, and then he made his way onto the red carpet, connecting from each plane and meeting in the middle, ready to greet Putin. Facing his opposite number, President Trump applauded the Russian president and greeted him rather like an old friend as he made his way across for a handshake, face to face, 6 years after their last meeting. The meeting here in Anchorage was organized just days ago, but the work behind the scenes appeared to pay off as they followed the red carpets in full view of the world's press.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
Overestimate Ukraine.
President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?
Reporters shouted questions as the men stood on top of a podium and posed for photos in Anchorage, with one journalist, as you heard there, asking the Russian president if he will stop the killing of civilians. The two presidents then made their way towards Mr. Trump's presidential limo. Despite Vladimir Putin's Aurus limousine sitting on the tarmac, the Russian president seemed to enjoy his ride in the Cadillac nicknamed the Beast. Mr. Trump waved to the crowds as the car departed, while Mr. Putin was seen smiling. Each president has two aides beside them in the talks, with the Russian side saying the talks could last for several hours, perhaps 6 to 7 hours.
What?
Press, thank you, press, thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Once inside, the two men again ignored the questions from journalists at the start of the talks, Putin appearing to be in good spirits, cupping his hands as if he wanted to give an answer to the questions. And so the talks began, and it's now 2 hours and counting. Let's speak to Ivor Bennett, our Moscow correspondent, who is with the Russian delegation, and also to James Matthews, our US correspondent, who is with the American team. And James, to you first. Extraordinary images, those on the red carpet at the airbase. And broadly speaking, Donald Trump seemed in positive mood before the talks.
Yeah, positive mood, and I've rarely seen Vladimir Putin looking happier, Mark. It is no wonder. I mean, this is a man, the aggressor, who began the Ukraine conflict, who has increased it in its intensity in recent days. A man with blood on his hands, who was feted upon his arrival here. Nothing less than the red carpet. Donald Trump appeared to applaud him when he touched down on the tarmac, and of course we had that very warm greeting, the smile, the handshake between the two men who hold peace in their hands. Then of course that walk towards the media, and Vladimir Putin playfully giving a deaf ear to very serious and pointed questions about a ceasefire, about when would he stop the killing of civilians. Donald Trump took him away from that particular awkward moment in nothing less than Cadillac One, the Beast. It's a very rare spectacle. Anybody else bar the president gets in the back of that particular vehicle, but it was a treat afforded to Vladimir Putin, and he was smiling from ear to ear. So there clearly is a warmth between these two individuals. They bore the appearance of old friends, and you have to ask about the optics of it all. They will certainly be asking questions about the way this looked in Ukraine, because it suggests a power dynamic that, you know, is unequal. Very much certainly reflects Donald Trump's well-known reverence for Vladimir Putin, to the extent that it was almost deference. There followed a media scrum, as they call it, you know, several journalists in front of Donald Trump sitting side by side with Putin. We're very familiar with that exercise, and of course it's normally a situation in which Donald Trump takes charge. He is the silverback in the room when these kind of situations arise. Not this time, not sitting side by with Vladimir Putin. There were questions shouted by press very close by, and again Putin almost playfully dismissed them. It was, you know, if Putin didn't give Trump the message about no questions beforehand,
yeah, Putin fell for that
his silence
journalist
at that point
void
certainly
screaming.
communicated to Trump that that's not something he wanted to entertain. And rarely, the first time that I can remember, actually for months, Donald Trump took no questions before the media as they posed for that photo call. So that sets the scene for this meeting, Mark. And I do wonder about the tone of it all, the look of it all, and how that translates to a meeting in which Trump will have pointed questions for Vladimir Putin. He was talking tough prior to going in, saying that he would be walking out if he didn't get the answers he was after. You know, how does Donald Trump nail Vladimir Putin to the wall? Because that didn't look like the kind of dynamic that we saw on the tarmac at this airbase. But they're talking. It's not one-on-one. That was the suggestion early on, but it's actually 3-on-3. Trump is in the company of his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So there'll be a 3-on-3, then there will be a pause, and then the larger delegations will become involved on a range of subjects, of course, far beyond Ukraine, business, financial opportunities, and so on.
James, thank you very much indeed. Let's join Ivor Bennett, who is with the Kremlin delegation. And Ivor, from what we've seen, many smiles from President Putin, and no surprise really, because Donald Trump has come along and dragged him out of the diplomatic deep freeze.
You're absolutely right, Mark. The only other countries that I have seen greet Vladimir Putin in this way in the last three and a half years since Russia invaded Ukraine are Moscow's closest friends, the likes of China, Mongolia perhaps, and North Korea. But it looked like Russia had just gained another friend here, because the body language here on the tarmac of Elmendorf Air Base was the body language of bromance. And this is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants, of course. It is a meeting of equals, a meeting of great powers, and the chance to carve up Ukraine
when media use this word
being in the room. And Vladimir Putin, remember, has secured this summit without seemingly doing anything at all. This time last week, Donald Trump was threatening to impose sanctions on Russia. He had set them a deadline to agree to a ceasefire or face sanctions, but all of that pressure has just melted away since then, and Vladimir Putin has been rewarded with this summit that, as you say, brings him out of the international wilderness, brings him out of isolation in the most spectacular fashion. Expectations of a ceasefire here, I think, are low at this summit, simply because Vladimir Putin has made no intention, no sign that he is willing to dilute Russia's red lines and to withdraw from his maximalist demands. Instead, Moscow is framing this summit much more as a significant moment in US-Russia relations, potentially the start of a great, brilliant new chapter in bilateral ties. They have said they want to talk, as well as Ukraine, about all the trade and investment opportunities that could come with better ties, things like joint projects in the Arctic, joint energy projects, rare earth deals. Vladimir Putin has even dangled the prospect of a new nuclear arms control treaty. The idea is to portray the US and Russia as two neighbours who have a lot to gain, both sides, from better relations between the two of them. The one party that could lose out, of course, is Ukraine, because Vladimir Putin here will be trying to convince Donald Trump that the quickest path to peace there is a deal on Russia's terms, and he'll be trying to sway the American president to side with him on Ukraine by tempting him with all these other benefits that could come with better relations from Russia. And the hope is that Donald Trump agrees and then gives Kiev a choice: either agree to a peace deal on these terms or go it alone without American support.
Ivor, thank you very much. Well, the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, is not here in Anchorage, of course. Donald Trump says he could well be at the next summit, as long as today goes to plan. Mr. Zelensky says the US president needs to adopt a strong position in today's talks, and says even as the leaders made their way here, the attacks on his country from Russia continued.
The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, the US and Russia must meet in this format for effective decisions to be made. Security guarantees are needed. Lasting peace is urgently needed. Everyone knows the key objectives.
Well, let's speak to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's in Kyiv. Dominic, how have the scenes at the airbase, President Putin's arrival and warm welcome from President Trump, how have those scenes gone down in Kyiv?
Well, it's pretty late at night, Mark, so nothing on the streets, but on social media, Facebook, Twitter, other platforms have been lit up with fury and anger and disgust at what the Ukrainians have seen in Alaska, as you can imagine. It was an interesting moment, wasn't there, when the Russian plane came in. It didn't park itself next to the steps, the mobile steps that the American military had laid out at the airbase for Vladimir Putin to walk down. And so the American military had to push that further forward to connect it with the plane, but also to push the red carpet to the steps of those mobile steps. And to do so, the American soldiers had to sort of bend down and unfold the red carpet. Now, the image of American soldiers on their knees at the foot of Putin's plane steps has gone viral Ukrainian media. On one page, I've seen it saying, make America a great again, ? And I think that sort of sums up sort of visually how Ukrainians are seeing this. They are seeing this as Donald Trump being very deferential and kneeling down at the steps, if you like, at the feet of the man he seems to be honouring with a red carpet welcome to America. So there's a sense of disgust, but I don't think great shock here or surprise, because this is an American president who has accused their president of being at fault, of being responsible for the invasion of their country. They've seen Donald Trump order his diplomats to vote for Russia. He has seemed extremely sympathetic to the Russian side of this war, if not openly supporting it. And I think at an official level, the Ukrainians will be saying to their European allies, this is a sign of what is to come. And I think James is correct there to say that this idea that Donald Trump could go into this meeting now and within a few minutes say, right, that's it, clearly you're not serious about peace, and walk away. Something he did do in a similar way with Kim Jong-un, of course, in their second summit. That is clearly not going to happen. All the mood music is that this is going to be a long summit and Donald Trump is going to listen to Vladimir Putin. They seem to be meeting very much as equals in this encounter in Alaska. I think the Ukrainians will say to the European allies that this is further sign that Donald Trump is walking away from Ukraine. He may carry on supporting Ukraine in some respects, but he's not going to give them the kind of support that they have enjoyed under Joe Biden. That's been very clear. And he does seem to want a relationship with Russia apart from and regardless of what is happening in Ukraine. And therefore, they will say to the Europeans, you may be appalled, like we are, by these scenes you're seeing in Alaska, but you have to step up to the plate even more than you are doing and realise that security in Europe is your responsibility, and you must do more to support and defend Ukraine. And I think the problem, of course, is Europe. That penny is dropping in Europe, but not fast enough, and the Europeans are not filling the vacuum that they expect to be left by the Americans fast enough at the moment. And there's a jeopardy there, and in that vacuum there's a possibility of the Russians making more advances and furthering Putin's aim. So there's a huge amount of jeopardy in this. But I think some diplomatic opportunity for the Ukrainians to say to the Europeans, you've got to do more to support us. America is going in a very different direction. The direction of travel, at least, in this diplomacy is deeply worrying for both us, but also for the entire continent.
Yeah, and Dominic, just bring us up to date with what's going on the battlefield. President Zelensky talking about these Russian attacks, even as the two presidents were heading to Anchorage. But I was also reading this morning about Ukrainian attacks and destroying a Russian vessel carrying drones.
Yeah, there are two things, Mark, going on. There was what's happening in the air, but also on the ground. So on the ground, the Russians have made a surprise advance, 15 kilometres or so, a kind of finger of advance that they have made in the east, on the eastern front. The Ukrainians say they have kind of got that contained, and they've made a lot of the kind of way they've pushed back against that. And some claims that they've kind of cut off that finger and captured a number of Russians. None of that is verified yet. I think it is safe to say they are in some trouble, the Ukrainians, and they didn't expect this advance. And the fear is that they can't hold this front line with the Russians. They don't have the manpower. That is an ongoing concern that could get more pressing, I think, for the Ukrainians. On the other hand, they do seem to, in the last few days at least, have prevailed more effectively against the Russians in the air than the other way round. So there was this devastating attack on an oil refinery, a Lukoil refinery in Volgograd. We spoke to the commander of one of the units responsible for that drone attack, a long-range drone attack on this oil refinery, one of the biggest hits yet the Ukrainians have pulled off against the Russians. That refinery refines 5% of Russia's oil, so it's a devastating attack. The Russians can rebuild it, but every time this happens, they're in more difficulty. They have to divert resources to their oil industry. And the Ukrainians want to see Donald Trump hit Russia's oil industry with sanctions. He's not prepared to do so, although he keeps threatening to do so. So in the meantime, they have to use their drones, that they're getting better and better at using these drones to hit Russia's oil installations. But also, as you say, they hit a ship in a port in Astrakhan that they say was importing Iranian drone parts and ammunition. So that drone war goes on and on. It's a kind of arms race. Every time the Ukrainians get better at it, the Russians find ways of countering it, and vice versa. But the direction of travel on the ground is, I think, more worrying for the Ukrainians, more encouraging for the Russians, and because the Russians have a greater scale in terms of what they can throw at the front, particularly in terms of manpower, this is an ongoing and more pressing concern for the Ukrainians.
Okay, Dominic, thank you very much. Our US correspondent Martha Kellner is here with me, and what do we have any update about how these talks are going, how long they may go for? What do we know?
I mean, no real update in terms of what they're discussing, if any progress has been made. But we do know that that smaller meeting, which is between the two presidents and their closest aides. So on Trump's side, it's his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, his so-called peace broker, and his foreign secretary, his secretary of state, Marco Rubio, and alongside Vladimir Putin, his foreign secretary, Sergei Lavrov, and another close aide. We know that that is still ongoing. They've now been in that room for almost 2 hours. So, you know, Donald Trump said he might walk out in the first 2 minutes. It seems like he's not done that. So at least some progress must have been made. He must still feel invested in those talks to a level. After that smaller meeting has concluded, Donald Trump will be joined by more members of his staff. We know that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be there, his Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick will be there, also Chief of Staff Susie Wiles and Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth. So that will be the bigger group.
That suggests a kind of broadening of the conversation as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that will please the Russians. You know, they want to divert talks away from Ukraine and towards business interests. You know, they know that Donald Trump is a deal maker at heart, and they hope to appeal to him on issues beyond Ukraine, on possible trade deals, on arms deals, on, you know, nuclear weapons, climate change even. And the presence of those two people, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, the trade sec and the commerce sec, will please the Russians. They'll want to have them in the room because that will mean that they can broaden the conversation away from Ukraine.
And the risk here for Trump is that he is seen to be, you know, getting played by Putin. And the White House has been rejecting that, you know, over the last few days and saying Trump knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think, you know, fresh in people's minds still is, you know, that 2018 meeting in Helsinki. We've talked about it a lot, when Donald Trump was very much seen to have been played by Putin. And I think people see these pictures of Putin arriving, the red carpet quite literally being rolled out, you know, of the pomp and ceremony of Trump applauding Putin and smiling at him, and the coziness really between the two men. And they think, is history repeating itself? Is Donald Trump about to be hoodwinked by the Russian president once again? The White House at pains to say that is not going to happen this time round, that Trump is going into this with his eyes wide open.
Yeah, well, I was in Helsinki. It's very interesting, but there was much made of the two men just being on their own with their interpreters, and that, you know, but Putin was able to get, you know, on top of Trump in terms of the conversation about Russian interference in 2016 election and so forth. And there were these sort of sharp intakes of breath when Donald Trump appeared to side with President Putin against his own agencies. I wonder whether, I mean, whose decision would it have been this time to say, right, we're not going to do that, they're not going to be on their own, they're going to have these advisors with them. It's quite interesting, isn't it?
I think Donald Trump's team will have pushed to be in that room, or to have at least a couple of people in that room with him. I don't think they wanted a situation where Putin was alone with Trump and could really control that conversation. We know that Putin can talk for hours and hours on end. He can deliver history lessons, and, you know, he has the ability to bend Donald Trump round to his way of thinking. So I think it offers some form of insurance policy for Trump to have those other two men in the room. Although, as we've been saying, you know, Steve Witkoff is not an experienced foreign policy man. He's, you know, a real estate developer and a lawyer. This is all new for him as well. I think people would prefer to see perhaps a more wily operative in the room alongside Trump.
And it is worth pausing here just to remind ourselves of how extraordinary these images are. The Russian president climbing into the Beast, Donald Trump's presidential car.
Yeah.
In animated conversation, smiling out of the windows, red carpets for President Putin, and then they go off in front of the press and, you know, they smile and they don't answer any questions. And I mean, these are remarkable pictures that happen this morning. Interestingly, no pictures so far of the groups, you know, of advisors in the talks that are underway.
Yeah, we've not seen them for a couple of hours, but they are remarkable pictures, especially that image of Vladimir Putin climbing into Donald Trump's own heavily armoured limousine, the Beast. You know, this is extraordinary to witness. You know, even friends are not invited inside that car. To see an adversary, someone who is wanted for alleged war crimes by the International Criminal Court, being extended that courtesy of a private ride-along with the US president. And that, in fact, was probably the only one-on-one time that they will get today. I'm told that there was no interpreter even in that car with them. Vladimir Putin clearly speaks good enough English to hold at least a limited conversation with Donald Trump. Interestingly, there was, they're slightly out of shot there, but alongside the red carpet, there was the 4 F-22 fighter jets that were lined up alongside it. I'm told that those are actually the same planes that often intercept Russian aircraft operating off the coast of Alaska. So I don't know whether that was perhaps a nod to American strength and you know, the fact that this has not always been, you know, as close a relationship as these images would indicate. These are foes at heart, you know.
Yeah. And foes in the Arctic. The choice of Alaska is interesting because of what's happening in the Arctic and the, you know, climate change causing more shipping routes, which allows countries to get closer to the resources that are there, and this real battle going on in between not least Russia and the United States, China involved as well. But Putin has been, you know, working very hard at building up his, you know, icebreaker fleet and so forth. And it's irked Donald Trump because he's mentioned on a couple of occasions how he wants new icebreakers and all the chat about Greenland. So it's an interesting choice of venue, not least because of the rivalry between these two men and these two countries.
Yeah, Donald Trump said earlier this week, you'll find out why this location is very relevant. You know, geographically, it kind of makes sense. It's roughly halfway between the two capitals, Moscow and Washington, D.C. But yeah, you know, there's been talk as well of Alaska's rare earth minerals being on the table as a potential incentive for Vladimir Putin to agree a ceasefire in Ukraine. I think there's this idea that whereas Trump uses the stick with Vladimir Zelensky, he very much uses the carrot with Vladimir Putin. He feels like he's got to offer him some form of incentive to come to the table when it comes to getting a peace agreement with Ukraine. The way he deals with the two men is very different.
Absolutely. Martha, thank you very much. We can speak now to Finland's former Foreign Minister, Pekka Haavisto. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, what do you believe is at stake here at this summit?
Well, of course, this is an opportunity for peace process to start, but quite a lot is on stake because I think Vladimir Putin already have achieved some of his goals by stepping on the ground of the US, being treated very well there and so forth. It looks, of course, when you think of the background of the war situation, this is quite incredible.
And do you think there's any indication at all that President Putin has given up on these regional ambitions and that, you know, he could well have a greater foothold in Ukraine as a result of these talks? How concerned are you in Finland about this?
Well, of course, we are concerned, and actually the whole week has been spent to liaise with the United States and President Trump in a way that he gets very clear message, not only from Ukraine, but also from the European partners, that this is not the time to give up, or this is not the time to make compromises over the red lines of Ukraine. And of course, the best possible outcome would be that this starts a process where Ukraine is part of, which Europe can support and so forth. But of course, it's up to Ukraine to negotiate, and nobody can negotiate over the head of the Ukraine.
It's interesting that Donald Trump, on his way here to Anchorage, said on Air Force One, he said, "Europe can't tell me what to do." Do you think that Donald Trump is listening to European leaders?
No.
Well, I think to a certain extent he is listening. If you compare the treatment that President Zelensky got in the Oval Office earlier in the spring and in the autumn and spring, and then what the treatment that he has now got from the US, and somehow more sympathy shown to the Ukrainian case, I think this is a remarkable change in the US position. And of course, there are many figures who have made a lot for this. Senator Graham has done a lot and so forth. And I think the change of the attitude is there, but is this a permanent change, and will this bring final results of the peace process? It's too early to say now.
Yes, of course. Do you think President Putin is serious about wanting a ceasefire?
Well, I think this, of course, the bilateral talks between US and Russia gives him an opportunity also to raise all possible other topics, the economic topics, economic cooperation, nuclear issues, other conflicts, the globe, Middle East, whatever. And there are certainly common interests of US and Russia on some of these other issues. So if this will be a 6-7 hours meeting, I'm sure that these topics will be discussed, and probably Russia and President Putin can fulfill some other goals that they have in their bilateral relationship with the United States. So this is something that remains to be seen.
Do you see a ceasefire emerging from this meeting, or do you think it's going to be a much more protracted process?
Well, of course, in the peace processes, usually the devil is in the details, and it's maybe too early to make the final judgment on this issue. And for the ceasefire, you definitely need the Ukraine at the table. So maybe the next step, if we are lucky, would be to have a tripartite meeting where Russia, Ukraine, and US is present, maybe with the support of Europe, and that could then bring the ceasefire. But only when the ceasefire is there, you can start real peace talks, and it's about the land, it's about the borders, it's about the Ukrainian security, it's about the prisoners, it's about the children who have been kidnapped and so forth. There are a lot of details then in the final peace process. But of course, if there's a ceasefire, then maybe the role of Europe, the role of the OSCE can grow in giving, of course, from the European side, some kind of security guarantees, hopefully together with the US, and then maybe some observers through the OSCE for observing the ceasefire. These are maybe the positive trends that could follow from this meeting.
Pekka Haavisto. Yeah, Pekka Haavisto, thank you very much for coming on the programme.
Thank you.
So it is an extraordinary day, extraordinary pictures, an extraordinary welcome for President Putin from Donald Trump. And right now the talks go on. All eyes are on this room where eventually the two leaders will be speaking, or we think the two leaders will be speaking. Donald Trump has said he will certainly have a news conference afterwards. No commitment from the Kremlin, but it looks likely that could happen. When, we're not sure. The talks go on. They're with their two each foreign affairs advisors. They have two foreign affairs advisors each with them at the moment. And there are broader talks also planned. So how long this goes on, well, we wait and see. We'll have more full coverage on this, well, remarkable day after this break.
What break? What are you doing? British. It's too loud, come on. Yo, who is in the house? How is everybody coping? Send some shekels. Join the guild. Yeah, tariffs and swaps. Yeah. How the fuck I'm gonna carry this shit? Oi, okay. To figure this out, huh? Well, this shit is buzzing. Is it? No. Maybe. No, take it easy. Hey, kurwa. This is now bomb.
To Anchorage, and although we don't yet know the full outcome of the summit, tomorrow morning's papers are already weighing in on events here in Alaska. Let's take a look at some of them. And The Guardian pictures the two leaders shaking hands on arrival with the simple headline, "The world watches." Here's the Express. Trump hands Putin the chance to make peace in Ukraine. Similarly, the Times leads with peace in their hands. The Star often delights in mocking Donald Trump and Putin, but tomorrow's edition plays it pretty straight. Their splash reads, "Time for peace." The Mail points out that the Russian president shrugged when asked if he'll stop killing civilians. The Eye says the Russian military is preparing to test what's described as an invincible nuclear missile, but the British forces stand ready to assist in Ukraine if a ceasefire deal is reached.
Oh no. The fuck
as well as boots on the ground, the Telegraph reports that RAF jets could patrol the skies above Ukraine, while the Mirror places the talks alongside today's commemorations for the 80th anniversary of VJ Day and hopes for a peaceful resolution. Joining me now is the American diplomat Kurt Volker, a former US Special Representative for Ukraine. Thank you very much for being with us. First of all, what do you make of the scenes that we witnessed at the airbase today?
There's a little bit of testosterone in the air, I think. We have Lavrov showing up wearing a USSR sweatshirt. We have the B-2 bombers flying overhead.
Really?
And it was even pointed out to me that Trump's red carpet was wider than Putin's red carpet. So I think there's a lot of symbolism in all of this. Trump is trying to say, we're strong, we're powerful, you need us. I think that the Russian side is trying to convey, we're a superpower just like you. And in reality, you know, we're going into this discussion. Both of them are trying to dangle economic incentives in front of the other. Trump would like to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire first. Putin would like Trump to put pressure on Ukraine to give up. And neither one of them is going to get what they want. And so this is really just going to result in a promise to meet again.
Right, so you don't see any dramatic breakthrough in terms of an announcement regarding a ceasefire. You see this more as a, you know, a progression of diplomatic talks and meetings.
Well, that's even a kind way to put it. I think that what we're going to see is no ceasefire because Putin doesn't want one. And he would have extraordinary conditions that have to be met before he would agree to a ceasefire. But he might say, okay, in principle, you know, Donald, I'll meet with Zelensky and you together. But even for that, the conditions have to be right, and those conditions aren't in place yet.
How hard it is for three guys to meet, what a pact, what a...
Trump will keep pushing,
what a lie, what
but
a scam.
it'll just continue to drift as it is.
Okay.
Yes, and the White House is answering this criticism of Trump's lightweight team, and the Russians have the more experienced foreign affairs team. The White House is saying, look, he's a unique negotiator, he's a unique deal maker, he does things instinctively, and that could all unsettle the Russians. What do you make of that?
Well, the White House is telling the truth. That he is a unique person. He does operate by instinct rather than knowledge and briefings and specifics. He's reading the people. He is getting his own gut interest, his own gut feeling about something. But I don't think that's going to rattle the Russians at all. I think it's something that Vladimir Putin looks at how he can exploit. Certainly, he has more depth of knowledge. He has more discipline. He has more patience. He's willing to escalate. So I think Putin is always looking at how he can gain Trump. And just think about the last 2 weeks. Trump had set a 50-day deadline for a ceasefire. Then he changed it to a 10-day deadline. Then the deadline came, and instead of doing what he said he would do, implying harsh sanctions, he calls Putin. Putin changes the subject, says, let's have a meeting. They then have a meeting in Alaska, and now the subject is not really the ceasefire. The subject is whether we agree to have another meeting, this time with Zelensky. So Putin has masterfully shifted the goalposts here.
I read out the series of, or what we think is the series of Russian demands to a former Putin advisor today, and I said, look, those are all the demands. What is Russia prepared to give in exchange? What is Putin prepared to concede in exchange? And the former Putin advisor said simply nothing.
Yes, that's crystal clear. That's been obvious for months and months, if not years. And that's why it's important to put pressure on Putin, economically, politically, militarily, so that he starts to develop an interest in really ending the war. Right now, he's just putting out his maximalist demands and insisting that others go about trying to satisfy him.
So how long do you think Donald Trump goes along with this? How long does Donald Trump, well, does he have the patience for a long, protracted series of meetings? how long before he does, as he says he would, walk away and say, good luck with the fighting?
Well, I don't think he actually does that. I know he says he would do that because he thinks that sounds like a good threat. But I don't think he actually does that because it would make him look like a failure. And he will never accept not being able to do something. He wants to be seen as the only guy that could really do this and worthy of that Nobel Peace Prize that he covets.
So how then, just a minute left, Kurt, how then does Trump bring Putin to a position where he agrees to at least some sort of ceasefire?
Yeah, I think the driver is going to be how many lives are lost on the battlefield, which the Ukrainians are taking care of,
2 or 3 million
how hard it is to sustain Russia's state budget. Right now, they're digging deep into their existing reserves, their state fund reserves. They can run out of those by the end of the year if oil prices stay low, and if it is more difficult for them to sell their oil and gas in world markets. Ideally, the U.S. and Europe would help accelerate that process by slapping on secondary sanctions and really tightening sanctions implementation. I'm not clear that Trump is going to do that, so this may take a longer period of time. But it's ultimately that economic pressure, I think, that can get to Putin and say, okay, he's risking the state now, we better stop him and take a ceasefire for a while.
Kurt Volker, appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Let's go straight to our US correspondent, James Matthews, who is at the airbase with the American delegation for us. And well, James, you heard Kurt Volker there. Now, he knows a thing or two about these things, and he is saying no dramatic breakthrough here. This is part of a series of meetings, part of a process.
It's a friendly picnic, and they not gonna solve anything.
How long does Donald Trump go along with this? And he says, well, he has to, because otherwise it would seem to be failure. It's an interesting point.
Yeah, it's a distraction. That's what it is.
Yeah, he said a few interesting things, Mark, didn't he? His point about economic pressure being placed on Putin is something that could shift his dial. And that's one thing that we will look for. One question to ask both men, perhaps, at this news conference. When it happens, still no indication that it's imminent, certainly. Indeed, we've not got beyond the 3-on-3 meeting.
Yeah, they said they're gonna talk for 6 or 7 hours. Bro,
press room, the Arctic
this live stream is running just 3 hours now. I want to wrap it up.
And the hard message that Donald Trump gives to Vladimir Putin about how he will suffer if he doesn't shift. The extent to which this is a meeting where Trump can put pressure on Vladimir Putin and can force him to change, to shift in his position. So far, we have had generalities from Donald Trump. On the one hand, talking tough, on the other, talking about land swaps and everything that Putin wants in Ukraine does not. This is the time, and this is the test of the power that Donald Trump can bring to bear over Vladimir Putin. Is that economic pressure? Is it a threat? Is it a physical threat, a military threat? I mean, that's unlikely. That would seem too extreme at this stage. But yeah, the economic pressure, sanctions, more direct sanctions, an increase in secondary sanctions, which would resonate, of course, with what European countries are saying. They're saying that if Trump comes back here without a ceasefire today, then they will increase sanctions. That's the hard, tough message that Europe wants delivered to Vladimir Putin. The question is, can Donald Trump deliver? Is it in his interests? Does he see it is in his interests? Or is he actually focused on the bigger picture, the wider agenda that they will address as this meeting goes on, financial opportunities and so on? But yeah, I think the ultimate test for Trump, as Kurt was saying, is how tough is Trump? How hard can he be with Vladimir Putin? And, will Vladimir Putin listen and react accordingly? Interestingly, Trump comes here you know, he has been talking tough. It's a question of whether he can follow through face to face. The big worry, of course, is that if he gets rolled over by Putin, to try to maintain a swagger and a strength, Donald Trump brings down the hammer on Ukraine, presents them with a deal that they find unacceptable, and makes Trump walk away from supporting Ukraine.
Okay, James, for now, thank you very much indeed. And a short while ago, I spoke to Donald Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, who explained how the president gets himself prepared for such a summit.
Prepare because he doesn't think he needs to. He said in the past couple days several times he'll know within the first few minutes of this meeting whether there's a real prospect for peace. This is how he sees international relations, through the prism of his personal relations with foreign leaders. He's thought for years that Vladimir Putin was his friend, but he's been quote unquote disappointed with him in the last several months because Vladimir wasn't giving him the ceasefire that he wants, and he wants a ceasefire. Why? For the greater glory of Ukraine? No, he wants it for the Nobel Peace Prize. And so the dynamic of this meeting, in my view, centers around whether Putin can take his KGB training and make that magic work again and get Trump to think that Donald and Vladimir are friends again, put off the sanctions that are being threatened, start talking about strategic arms limitation, maybe announcing talks beginning on the successor to New START very soon, talk about economic deals, talk about the U.S.-Russia bilateral relationship, fend off the sanctions, and keep things going in Ukraine.
Right. Do you think that Trump should have granted this meeting to Putin without getting anything in return? Certainly not a ceasefire.
No, that's not. My view is that this is a big mistake. This takes Putin out of international purdah, where he's been since he invaded Ukraine in 2022. Even to get into Alaska, we had to waive sanctions against the Russians that were imposed after that invasion. And as you say, Putin paid nothing for it. Trump is tariffing the whole world for the privilege of doing business in America. But to get Vladimir to Anchorage, it didn't cost anything, and Putin will take full advantage of it. Look, I think the ceasefire for Ukraine itself is a mistake, though, because once the ceasefire lines are drawn, there's every risk that negotiations will be protracted, and that ceasefire line will be the new border between Ukraine and Russia until Putin repairs and rebuilds his army when he invades for the third time.
Something like that.
So what you're saying, the ceasefire itself is not a mistake. You're saying the freezing the front lines during a ceasefire, you think that's a mistake. You think they should be forced to pull back, do you?
No, well, if we had applied adequate force, if U.S. and U.K. and NATO for the last 3.5 years had had a strategy to win for Ukraine, as opposed simply to a strategy of making sure they didn't lose, we'd be in a different place now. But the fact is, I've wondered for some time why Putin doesn't want his own ceasefire to repair the damage that's being done, to get the sanctions lifted, to get his economy back on track again. And that may be his plan B. I mean, there are various ways for Putin to come out of this successfully today. We'll see what the end result is, of course.
And when we do see what the end result is, whatever it is, do you think that Vladimir Putin will come back for more in the future?
Absolutely. He told us in 2005 at his address to the State Duma. He's told us several times since then. He's trying to recreate the Russian Empire. And I think for those who have that point of view in Russia, and there are quite a few of them, you don't have a Russian Empire without Ukraine. So he achieved the success in getting 10% of Ukraine in 2014. He's up to 20% now. Maybe it's time for a pause, but he'll come back for more. That's why Zelensky wants security guarantees. And what I think many in Europe still don't understand, while Trump told them on Wednesday he's happy to talk about it, he's also said no NATO membership for Ukraine, no NATO security guarantees for Ukraine, and quite implicit in all that is no U.S. participation in security guarantees.
Well, that's interesting.
Right,
And on
yeah.
that point, if there is some sort of land deal, do you think, well, I mean, what sort of security guarantees do you think Putin would accept? He doesn't seem to be, at the moment, willing to accept any.
Yeah, I don't think he wants any security guarantees. He doesn't want to allow Ukraine to become strong and rebuild its own capabilities while he's rebuilding his. Look, one thing that's absolutely central here, to whether it's NATO or NATO members, coalition of the willing, giving security guarantees to Ukraine, is the continued flow of American intelligence. Now, Trump hasn't said anything about that. That may be a good sign. He doesn't want to talk about it publicly. But even if the U.S. sold military equipment to Europeans who then in turn passed it on to Ukraine, as is the case with the Patriot air defense batteries, without the intelligence we've been supplying, I think Ukraine is in trouble. And there's no indication Trump is willing to keep that going.
And we've got about a minute left. Just, I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the way this summit ends, what emerges from this summit.
Well, I think that anything they can announce as a deliverable that permits Trump not to reimpose the sanctions or add sanctions to the likes of China will buy time for Putin. So one deliverable that he sort of indicated yesterday, Putin did, how about an announcement that the two sides are going to begin immediate negotiations on the successor to the New START treaty? That's a real U.S.-Russia bilateral question. I don't think it would make sense, but it may help both of them find something they can say to declare this a success.
And that was John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. And the talks are still going on, about 2.5 hours and counting now. And there is the suggestion of both presidents being involved in
more hours
a news
embargo
conference afterwards, and that room has been prepared. There it is, and we will have full coverage of all that at the top of the hour.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I've spent 30 years reporting the journey from conflict to peace. The end of the political stalemate, the start of a new chapter for Northern Ireland. Catholics and Protestants now facing the same threat.
If we both contract COVID-19, religion's nothing.
Sky News, the full story first.
Yeah, by the time they come with conclusions, I'm gonna be sleeping.
There's a dash to safety. We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming.
I'm Deborah Hames, Sky's security and defence editor. Should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real.
Weather again. Hey, Melbourne 11. Goddamn, they have a winter right now in August. What was Bangkok again? 33. Oh, nice.
It's 11 p.m. in the UK, 2 p.m. here in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm Mark Austin with special coverage of the meeting between Presidents Trump and Putin. An historic handshake. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin greet each other at a US military base in Anchorage with peace in Ukraine top of the agenda. With the eyes of the world on them, the two leaders will see if the bloodshed in Ukraine
we have a guest.
can
Look
be
at that.
stopped. Nicknamed the Beast, but Vladimir Putin seemed to enjoy his ride in Donald Trump's presidential limo.
We are live watching YouTube.
The talks involve the two
Yo.
presidents and their closest advisors on
So what is your opinion on this summit?
To be really honest, nothing. I don't know. Can you explain what it is?
It's like Trump and Putin are meeting right now behind closed doors for like 6 hours. Nobody knows what are they talking about.
Yeah, I heard that the last meeting was 5 years ago or something.
In Helsinki?
Maybe.
Leaders landed in their respective planes at the Elmendorf-Richardson military base around 30 minutes
No, 5 years ago, Putin and Trump met.
I don't know, in Helsinki in 2018.
Yeah, that's more than 5 years. That's 7 years. 7, yeah.
President Trump applauded the Russian president and
Yeah, it's two puppets meeting, you know. Nothing is gonna happen basically. You know the drill. You know the vibe. Nothing ever happens, yeah.
The meeting here in Anchorage was organized
So just take your place and enjoy the coping.
The two men as they followed the red carpet in full view of the cameras.
Yeah, I just finished waging. And you go to Thailand soon, I think, in 10 days.
The US Air Force put on a show as the
Yeah, something like that. I'm gonna announce it when I enter the Thai soil, because nothing is guaranteed yet. I still don't have the papers ready. But yeah, if I made it, there will be like a live stream. And the live stream will obviously be called CMAX 7.0. But if my feet is not on the soil, I'm not gonna launch anything. Yeah.
Well, obviously, your motivation you will not have motivation to stream.
I mean,
you lost money for the tickets.
It's possibility they're not gonna let me in, and I'm just gonna fucking return back. And
low possibility, maybe 2%. Don't worry, they will just let you go.
I don't even want to think about it. It's a Schrodinger's cat experiment with XCMAX, basically. I am in the mercy of officers. It's gonna be...
They wanted to scare you last time because you overdid it, yes. But this time it's a long break. The break is long.
Well, a lot of details, but that is for people who are interested in details, maybe. But yeah, what about this meeting? I mean, I just wish that our friend Langelf can also geomax. But in order for that, the sky have to be open, you see? The airspace have to be released, hostage. So...
more talks after that. This could go on for some time.
We're gonna see.
Or it can get even worse when Europe starts closing airspace. Or that Azerbaijan gap in Caucasus can get closed.
Yeah, it's either they will shut down that war, or they will make it even a bigger thing. You know? It's hard to predict. I think nobody can predict it.
has happened of that sort. But of course, the arrangements have changed. It was
Diego, yes, something like that. If I make it, you're gonna know. Yeah.
in the room with
But right now we are still Gulag maxing, Shekel maxing.
inside now, talking
Yep.
for, as you say, more than 2 hours. On the American side, certainly,
Euro-rotting. Yeah.
his special envoy
Oh yeah.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Hmm.
So yeah, we
They
have
don't-
created a guild. Have you heard the news? The Discord
Yep.
guild has been created.
Defense secretaries from both
Yeah.
countries, and others will be involved in
So,
wider discussions
what's the new name?
on economic
Medican Yellow Pill?
and so on.
Showing the white supremacist purpose.
We have a lot of new names have been invented, but
Helping white
the key word is guild
create-
here. Yeah.
I think what we have seen over the course of this morning,
Like in RuneScape, yeah.
extraordinary, astonishing, whichever adjective.
Yeah, there's guilds in many games, like Skyrim. You know.
Oh, for sure.
Scenes we saw at the airport with red carpet, with the fly past, with
Yeah, I always like the Thieves Guild in Skyrim. Always a member.
is an indicted war criminal.
Proud member of the Thieves Guild.
The red carpet, the ride in Cadillac One, the beast, and Vladimir Putin was a man feeling the luxury, I thought, and feeling the love. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, we need to play some transporter, Running Man. We are on the Medican stream.
You are right,
Every
but
makes
recently the AI is tagging that the DJ Pwn content.
Oh, so precise. Every cut he makes is so precise.
But yeah, maybe I can play it right now because the Sky News is kind of code blocking the signal of the music. Maybe gonna through.
Oh man, I think my mic also does sound a little bit better, doesn't it?
Sure. What?
I was at that Apple store. I had the appointment, and they cleaned the phone, and also the speakers are much more louder. I can hear you also very clear. I still didn't buy the adapter. I have not yet bought it. I buy it for $12. From some guy on eBay. It's okay.
A strong US president is what they want to see in Kyiv and in European capitals.
Yeah, I'm gonna blaze for. Give me a sec. Gonna hit the pipe.
I'm outside.
No, inside.
No, I said outside.
Ah, outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And indeed, the press room is being opened up.
It's a really good.
For the news conference, which is an indication.
Yeah, it's a good weed. Gelato, my favorite.
What that means in terms of timing, we'll have to check. But there appears to be an element of progress here.
It's not expensive. I pay like $5 per grab.
6-7 hours of a meeting.
It's legal in Germany, I used to be scared of walking with a gram, but now it's legal. So
perhaps we are closer to that than we are to the Kremlin's expectations.
we have to cope until November when I fly.
Before you go and grab your seat, I mean, what is clear is that Donald Trump
If anything gonna,
President Putin,
how to say this, when you are lashing somebody out, if anything gonna lash me out to Germany, it's gonna be probably like a weed industry awaiting me, but it is not awaiting me, that's the thing. Nothing is awaiting me. Nobody needs my kurva help.
No, not in Bavaria for sure, because here there's no places, there's no weed culture, no chance.
Yeah, I heard Munich versus Berlin. I heard that Berlin is pro ganja, right? And Munich is anti ganja. Is it like that?
Big difference, I would say. Even say Munich comparing to Berlin is comparing two different countries. It's like that. But yeah, they are completely
delay from Donald Trump. Remember, Trump went into this talking in general.
Yeah, the police will let you go, basically. Even before it was legal in the whole country, they will just let it slide. But in Bavaria, they will make a big case out of it. Out of some
Man, I used to, like 10 years ago, I had a friend, and he went to Germany to visit a friend, and he happened to have some weight on him. And basically, no, just like, I don't know, minuscule amount, less than 1 g. And the German cops were really hard to him. They literally ordered him to pull down the pants and spread the ass cheeks, bro.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Like the German cops are doing this stuff. It's so
I have this in cases like. So I was smoking. In that time, I was not even smoking. I didn't smoke for a year or something or more. And then I just hang out outside, and this guy, they were smoking, the other guys, and then the cops arrived, and this retard, he throws the weed package. We were sitting on some bench, and he throws it in my direction, and she found it, and she was like, "Yo, you are sitting here, it's yours." I'm like, "No." And then whose is it? And then it's a stupid regulation, and then I said nothing, and then they want you to come to the appointment like months later, and she wanted to scare me, the police officer, and she thought I'm gonna say the name. But I said, nah, I'm just not gonna say it, bro, even though she said, oh, but then you will get punished for it, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, okay, fine then. So at the end of the day, nothing happened. The case was closed because it was not mine, basically. Yeah. Nah, but they were really strict on the weeds. That was, in my opinion, not necessary.
Nor any signals from Moscow that it is preparing to end this war. On the day of the negotiations, they are still killing people, and that speaks volumes. Russia must end this war. It started and has dragged on for years. The killings must.
I lost the point.
I have two memes to show on the stream. Hold on. Number one. Shit, where is this bullshit? Yeah.
Everyone knows the key objectives.
Okay. So, I start with this one. So here in my country there will be this new law, and wait.
Social media, Facebook and Twitter, other platforms have been lit up with fury and anger.
This new law, I put it on the screen.
In Alaska, as you can imagine. It was an interesting moment, wasn't there, when the Russian
and it says basically non-car, any mobility outside the car or using the road, you cannot go faster than 6 kilometers per hour, which is, I don't know, 2 miles per hour, 2.5 miles, I think. So all the cyclists or very small scooter or rollerblades or skateboard, you are finished. Your freedom has, your cope and your lifestyle and your velocity is fucking done, bro. If this pass through, we are entering this anti-mobility dystopia, bro. And it's only designed to serve like very slow or old people, I guess. But yeah, like I said, they're gonna make this new law.
What about e-scooters? They are not allowed?
Nothing. Okay, you probably can move, but I'm telling you, you can't go faster than, you cannot faster than 6 kilometers per hour, which is very slow, by the way. That's a walking speed, by the way.
6 miles, so nothing.
Yeah, basically, if you're gonna run, it's exactly like Klipus just said. They made running illegal, basically.
Yeah.
Literally, you are a runner and the motherfucking cops gonna gaslight you into paying, I don't know, 50 euro?
That's so
I'm telling you, we are entering new anti-mobility dystopia. This is more than this ridiculous fucking. Yeah.
This can't
That's
be real.
not it. On top of that, they are gonna do something called chat control, and they're gonna scan yeah, all the packets from your provider of internet. What? Basically, end of internet privacy. Yeah, end of internet privacy.
But for what they will scan it, lol?
Or actually, well, it's insane. You have to see this. Hold on.
What?
Yeah, I bring this only now. This is a 2-day special, which I'm gonna. Yeah, I just posted on the screen. You see.
Yeah, let me look.
So every private message, like scanned, WhatsApp, Telegram, EU is gonna most likely let it go pass as an official law. Yeah, this is gonna pass in most EU countries. This is dystopian fucking 1984 treatment, bro. This is I'm just rendering the future here. It's early days, but it's gonna fly. 2030, it's gonna be standard, gonna be industry standard.
This is not a good time to live in, man. I'm telling you, we need to get the fuck out of the West.
Anybody who not gonna adopt this leave West behind mindset is just a battery, you know? It's a living embryo.
Becoming darker and more empty every day.
Yeah. Mentally castrated. If you stay in the West, you're mentally castrated and nothing can save you. Only radical geomaxing can save you. This is what's so ironically funny is like this guy Nick Fuentes. He's like, yeah, we can fix it, boyos. We can fix the West, boyos.
Really? Did you say?
And I'm like, yeah, sure. He also said that Slavs are monkeys, but that's for a different live stream. But I'm telling you, yeah, you have these types still clinging to the false hope. Yeah. So yeah, mobility illegalized and also end of privacy, bro. Coming.
Yeah, I'm seeing the article. That's bad. And the sad thing is even in Southeast Asia they will do that.
Maybe, I don't know, they're far away from that because high trust societies and
yeah.
I'm telling you, there is no. We know about this in Thailand. There is no vandalism, no road rage, which means.
So, would you rather live in some shithole in the West, Europe, or stay in Eastern Europe but live in?
Yeah, that's the thing. You define a shithole because everybody imagine different things. You want what? What do you like? Okay, I'm talking to the masses now. Like, what do people want? Do they want comfort or wealth, or do they want good attitude or competitiveness? Yeah, and every dude wants something else. That's the thing here. It's a fucking niche. It's all about niches and attitudes. I'm telling you. It's crazy. Like. But yeah, one thing is for sure, you stay in the West.
Yeah, you're right, of course. It's what draws you. Like some people, they want this aggression, or there are some psychopaths who are fueled by this. But most people, I think, prefer to just be peaceful and be friendly to each other. And this is what the West cannot give you anymore. So yeah, they get drawn to that location, you know, by nature. And I forgot what I want to say. Oh yeah. What's not clear is what about the other sort of two legs of this meeting.
Looks, the Russians are testing mic. Whoa, 123, 124. It's the same like in my language. Oh my god.
double checking our last minute translation.
Yeah. There will be some debriefing couple of minutes.
You should be having English in your
I'm running 3 screens at the same time tonight.
everything at the same time. On your headsets, it should be 0.
It's the future, bro. I'm telling you. Tariffs,
For example, Russia,
tariffs,
they have
swaps.
the first man-
I'm telling you. Tariffs, swaps, and guilds. And 3 screens on the fucking YouTube. Yeah, what are you saying?
I said Russians are not that dumb, you know, because they had the first man was in space. They sent the first guy, so yeah, pretty competitive, like Slavs. What did Nick Fuentes say? They are like monkeys. Come on. Do the scoping.
I mean, it doesn't mean there's been a breakthrough either, but it does mean that no one's sort of, you know.
You see, he would never say that if he had any Slavic friends. Because look at me, I have friends of almost every race. Well, at this point, every race. I would never like dare to insult anybody. That is
I would say it's
to.
More genetic thing. It's not like a race.
No. I know what it is. I'm telling you, some of these Americans are surrounded exclusively by other Americans. There is like anti-everything. You see, in their bubble. You see. It's the same shit like me during my childhood. I never saw any foreigners until I was like 15. Because, yeah, remoteness, basically. Like some people from Wyoming or Ohio or Montana, for example, most likely there are no dark people, you see. Okay, I have a better example. The white nation Aryan people, that you know, Ruby Ridge and that type in Idaho and stuff like that. They are very remote, you can say.
Roddy Ridge?
Would be choreographed.
Or what was that guy name?
Certainly it looks like they're setting up
Randy Weaver?
press conference at the moment, and
yeah, I think you are not familiar with this. I never told you.
Probably not worth speculating on what might be going to happen, but we can talk about what has happened and those extraordinary images as the 2 presidential aircraft arrived here in Ankara.
Ah, shit, I'm playing this game. So bad.
Putin and President Trump shook hands, smiled,
Moment.
warmly. There was a fly past by American.
Yeah, what's new? What video games are coming up? Is there something? Some good code?
Well, nothing for me. Like my computer is dog shit. I'm more about old games and modding them. Like,
I talked with the Void today about Diablo 4 and work, and she's also a gamer, so she plays it too. It's so funny coincidence. It's yeah. I started Diablo because it's on PlayStation. Yeah, and I told you. But it's a good game. You should try it. Really, it's fun. You know, it's a good time waste, especially when you have a group. Pointedly, neither man answering questions from journalists stood there, and as yeah, I talked with this Void in the work today about the games, and she played Diablo 3 too. Back then, I didn't even play it.
President Putin's own car, his own limousine, was also at the airstrip waiting to collect him, to take him to the building where these talks are going on. But whoever's decision it was, whether it was Putin or Trump, he ended up in the car with him, which is quite remarkable for a friend even, but especially for an adversary to join Donald Trump in the beast. Not least a man who is, wanted by the international.
The Beast. They are calling that armored car Beast, bro. Like that actor from X-Men, the blue one. Yeah. The Beast.
Who?
The X-Men. You know, Wolverine and Magneto. I am Magneto.
Who was the
Magneto?
It was it was this mutant.
Charles Xavier. Charles Xavier. I am Magneto. I am Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm
Wolverine. I am Princess. And what are you?
The first 3 movies were the best, I think.
Well, all of them are pretty good. I mean,
yeah. You know that with Deadpool, that Origins one, many hated it so much. But for me, it was cool. I don't know. I liked it.
Will take place. You see those words, pursuing peace. And of course, it's interesting.
Do you know 2009?
well, yeah, but back then, which exactly?
X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Aha, Origins.
Yeah, that's when I grew up. I was like in middle school. It came out. It was with Ryan Reynolds too as Deadpool, but he looked different. He had his whole mouth covered.
I mean, it was a mutated Deadpool, and they have sawn off his mouth to make him muted because that Striker general, he hated how much he talked, I think. No?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that one was good, and the other X-Men when he was in Tokyo at the end, it was okay.
That was also good. I liked. Sure.
And the end fight, man, that was epic.
Man, I really don't like that void with those acid fucking attacks. That was not good. But yeah, those Asian girls, they were awesome. Huh?
Did you watch the Logan one when he dies?
Sure, but I don't like that actress who played his daughter. I don't know. She was like screaming too much, like a retarded.
Yeah.
A retarded kid. They made her too feral. That's the problem. You see. And I don't like when females are masculine in the movies. I really don't like it, bro.
I see.
The opposite is Transporter 1. Yeah. That Asian girl, so submissive, it's so awesome.
So you don't like it in Kill Bill when she's aggressive, killing everybody?
Yeah, Kill Bill is a weird. Yeah, Kill Bill is my least favorite movie from Tarantino.
And trying to shout over one another. That I would think is not something that.
Come on, Albert. Come on, Tarantino is like he's like this high energy guy who likes to bully. He's a fucking bully, actually. You know. That's him.
He's some weirdo. I looked at the photo you posted today. He making.
Oh yeah, of course. He's a food fetishist on top of that. Yeah.
He's an incel.
It's a very different way of doing things.
Yeah, with Donald Trump, it's often a free-for-all. You know, he freestyles his way through these press conferences. He calls it weaving.
No, I think he's arrogant. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not that ugly looking, like kind of complete inco. Yeah, he's just like you said, arrogant. Probably. He's a guy who would betray his friends, his best buddies.
So okay, here's the deal. I tell you what. So his attitude is such.
Workaholic.
Okay, no. He's barking. Wait, he is barking on everybody. But at some point in his life, he came across. He have befriended John Travolta, and Travolta happened to be like a multi-billionaire, and basically, with such occurrence, basically you can start producing any type of movies that are hard to pull. Yeah. You can start recruiting expensive actors, you see, if you have funding for your movie as a director. And he happened to be friends with John Travolta, which...
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't have to say more, you know.
That's so lucky, you got so lucky, yeah.
Sure, I guess.
Or
not?
Say that.
Yeah, sure.
It's interesting, isn't it? I was just talking.
Okay, I'm just saying, without Travolta, he might never been able to end up successful. But this is a speculation. But hey, you have similar comparison, like Mel Gibson have like pushed forward Robert Downey Jr. or like Trent Reznor have pushed up Marilyn Manson, you know, stuff like that, like the mentors, mentorship stuff, like
it's more the connections.
This is important, like Manosphere never talk about this shit that much. Nobody talks about this mentorship anymore.
Yep.
Basic shit like what do you have in movies? Either sidekick or mentorship, like Batman and Robin, or Master Soda and that dude. I don't know Star Wars. Yeah.
Master Yoda, yeah.
Master Soda, I call him.
And he perhaps miscalculated as well what President Putin, was willing to concede. We've seen how his tone towards Vladimir Putin has shifted in recent.
Yeah, the wax on, wax off, the Karate Kid, I think.
Vladimir, his great friend, and then we saw him turn against Putin and announce
Karate Kid?
I'm not sure if it's Karate Kid, but there is that. The old guy was teaching some martial art. Yeah.
I mean, it will be fascinating to see how they interact after this meeting, whether there is an announcement to be made here or whether they, kick the can down the road and focus on these upcoming talks that President Trump has promised are going to happen with the Ukrainian president.
So you would not like no, okay. No. Oh, fuck this game. They give me a goal.
President Trump and President Putin after the talks which they have held here in Anchorage in Alaska went on for roughly 3 hours. We're still waiting for a precise time on that. But those talks, we are told, have been completed. There was talk of lunch, there was talk of other advisors joining them for another session of talks, but it really does look as though if the news conference has been called and is going to happen.
Remember, I sent you that video from that gamer.
Now, the interesting question,
imagine how hard it is to beat a Dark Souls game, and then he makes 7 games. He streams it, and it's a god run. It's no hit, not getting hit once, level 1. Bruh.
And President Trump and President Putin. He even mentioned talks with, involving European leaders as well. So it really.
Yeah, I remember when people were doing speedrun on Half-Life 1. And first, the speedrun on Half-Life 1, the first one was like 1 hour 26, and then somebody did 56 minutes, and then somebody did like 45 minutes, and then some fucking crazy dude did like 26 minutes, and then even more fucking crazier dude did like 19 minutes or something. And the way they were skipping levels and jumping around and teleporting and shit, it was insane, bro. They totally break the engine.
1?
Huh?
Half-Life 1?
Yeah, Half-Life 1. Because the first speedruns happened in like 2001, 2002, 3, 4. But then by the time Half-Life 2 came out, people were always conquering new, shorter times.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Man, I remember when Half-Life 2 came out with Source Engine. and I was still messing and making map with Quake 2 engine. Yeah, I was making Half-Life 1 and Counter-Strike 1.6 maps with engine that happened to be not outdated or obsolete, but basically better engine have replaced the lore. And I was stupid enough to get into it. Like not many people were into it, and at the same time my computer was like dog shit at the time.
For that Half-Life or?
But well, it was by the time Half-Life 2 was released, I was still making maps with Half-Life 1 engine. But then I remember in 2005-6 I was coming across modders, mappers, Half-Life 2 communities, and I saw like the beautiful maps and 3D maps they were making. I was thinking, wow, this is awesome. But yeah, I never went into making maps for Source Engine. Yeah. At that time, also like Crisis was released.
Crisis 1, yeah.
And basically, it came up with this map editor, which was so idiot-proof in primitive that you can literally place objects in the editor, like you are playing Age of Empires, whatever. And I was thinking, okay, the era of doing this manually in Valve Hammer editor is over. Like, yeah, it was more friendly user every year.
User-friendly, mean more appealing to normies.
Not really. It was like just ease of use, easy to use, and
these apps are so easy to use that points can be it. Like,
correct.
You just take a video recording from your iPhone from TikTok, steal someone's clip, cut it, and you can just re-upload it for real. It's so fast. You just it's like back then in 2006 it was, what was the name, Adobe something. You have to know Photoshop and everything was still on the PC, you know. But phones just overtake everything. It's crazy.
Putin is a war criminal. There was a more sizable protest here in the centre of Anchorage yesterday. But there's a population of Ukrainian refugees here as well. You know, there is a strength of feeling here that Vladimir Putin has no place being involved in these talks without Vladimir Zelensky in the room.
What about your phone? You gonna replace it or what?
Well, that Samsung, which have broken panel.
Yeah.
No, I have nothing to replace, and by the time I will have any money, there will be like Samsung Fold 10 released. Man, it's fucked up. Every 2 years, every 1 year, new model came out. Yeah, by the time I'm gonna want to replace, I find from Craigslist for 100 euro. But yeah, the Fold Z is perfect phone, by the way.
Yeah, I would also buy from Craigslist. Yeah, it was. What was it at your phone? Fold Z?
Samsung Fold Z2 from 2020.
Galaxy Fold, I see.
So it's 5 years old. But still holds up perfectly. Responsive, fast. I mean, battery is kind of shit capacity, but you know, in Thailand we have discovered those portable power banks. They are so nice.
Yes, and you can also, even in a mall, just get a power bank. in case something happens. You just scan your phone and they will give you a power bank. You pay. That's it. So good.
These occasions are about tying
There's an app. You have mobile station, and also the Bolt, or what's the name, charging spots. You just ask for a power bank and they give you. They're so kind and friendly, the Thais. It's crazy. You can just ask a beggar if he give you a charger and he will give it to you.
Everything is wonderful, so hopefully Presidents Putin and Trump can expand on that. But certainly, like you.
And that's what I meant. I asked. My question was would you live rather in Eastern Europe, but in a decent area, or would you be in West Europe, but living in a shit area, or below average? Yeah, but you could. It would be. I don't know what would be better. Like, do you prefer Eastern Europe or Western Europe? What would you say? Because you see, you don't like the place where you live right now. And the other option is Germany.
Look, it's about combination of being able to save some money and having personal space, because you don't want to be invaded when you are like gooning. Fuck, I hate that word, bro. Gooning.
Based. Why do you
It's not based. Some fucking fanboys have invented this, and now we are talking like that. It's insane.
Thomas White channel is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I read somewhere.
Any conditions imposed on President Putin, conditions like a ceasefire.
Yeah, and a lot of people saying that he lost the major leverage that he had over Vladimir Putin, which was the fact that he was economically isolated, that he was an international pariah, and by bringing him back in from the cold, by inviting him onto US soil for this summit, he threw away that leverage in a way. Interestingly, Donald Trump said that if these talks did go poorly, that he wasn't going to have a joint press conference.
Yeah, by the time they come to conclusion, it's gonna be morning in Europe.
That there will be a joint press conference suggests that at least in the mind of the US president, he thinks.
What are they doing so long?
They are splitting Ukraine. They are splitting Ukraine in half without Ukraine being in the
deciding for millions of lives, of souls. How many souls will die? For how much shekels?
But Trump accepted that invitation, and I guess it's in his interest to claim a success.
Both men desperate to claim victory here. Vladimir Putin, because he's going back to a nation which has witnessed, huge bloodshed, hundreds of thousands of lives lost and injured in Ukraine, an economic disaster in his country. He has to go back with the notion that he has achieved victory, but so does Donald Trump, because he presents himself as the man who can negotiate in a straightforward way that none of his predecessors could, that he can achieve results where others can't. So he has to be seen to, have achieved something with this summit. Fascinating to see how they both present what has happened in that room. We know now that there'll be this press conference. We also know that Donald Trump will do a number of, or he's already actually done 2 interviews with a news organisation that he is most friendly with over here. Fox News. He'll do another.
Something is happening. A lot of people are placing smartphones.
This is all about Donald Trump, controlling the narrative and ensuring that
yeah, we're not gonna see both presidents next, I don't know, 4 hours, 3 hours.
Right, where are we? It
They
is,
have that.
All those drugs in this house, we all gonna die.
They have. They are running a cabal right now. Yeah, you know. Yeah, for real. For real, they are cabalizing together. They are deciding our future.
Yeah. They are like vampires draining from our souls.
It's the how you say it, a Legion of Doom, bro. Isn't it?
They have the power to destroy a country, basically. They just say, okay, we attack this now, and they will literally bomb it out of the place. They have the power to press the button.
Either in the room or preparing to enter the room, and then it will be up to these two presidents.
Not really like that. If Putin or Trump wants to decide to nuke somebody, there literally has to come like 7 military psychologists have to come together and approve this shit. By the way,
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's like 10 additional people have to decide instead of the presidents.
But it seems like they are looking for reasons to make a war and not to find peace, you know. To continue.
No, it's the other way around. They're looking for reasons not to let the pressure.
Or both, maybe. They look
Otherwise,
for
we would be already
they look for
nuked.
mistakes. In the other, it's like a chess game.
They already want to nuke each other. They are just looking for reasons not to.
Donald Trump believes that he had to offer inducements to President Putin to get him to the negotiating table and then to get him to agree something that looks like a peace deal. Of course, we have no idea if any of that was discussed.
I need more cafe, but it's 1 a.m. in this shithole.
It's vampire hour.
Advisors with the Commerce Secretary and the Treasury Secretary for Trump perhaps indicates that they didn't quite get onto that level of talks, maybe. I'm told that Steve Witkoff.
But it's Friday, so most inklets are free.
Wait. It's weird. It's Friday and nobody joining the call.
That smaller bilat meeting. It suggests that
the guild is dead. Yeah, I tried to build a guild and it doesn't work.
Very soon. I guess interesting.
It died.
To not just who was in Donald Trump's delegation, but who wasn't in Donald Trump's delegation today. The retired Lieutenant General, who is now the US's Special Envoy to Ukraine, Keith Kellogg,
wasn't
there, which seems kind of unusual. He also, Keith Kellogg, who is the US's man when it comes to Ukraine, he wasn't at the talks either that took place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in March between US and Russia and the US and Ukraine. And our partner organisation, NBC, was told that Keith Kellogg wasn't invited to those March talks in Saudi Arabia because the Russians had specifically requested that he didn't attend because in their minds he is too sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause. So he again has been overlooked, which when you see the list of people in that room, the fact that the Treasury Secretary is there, the Commerce Secretary, but not US's envoy to Ukraine, that is unusual, and you wonder whether that is the White House bowing down to the Kremlin in a way.
I was speaking to a senior diplomat in London the other day, and he said if Vladimir Putin does agree to some sort of ceasefire, either a temporary ceasefire, a longer term ceasefire, then look very carefully at the conditions that he imposes on that ceasefire. And the suggestion was one condition that the Russians may well put on any ceasefire, if it is a prolonged ceasefire, would be that elections would have to be held in Ukraine. Now, this is quite interesting because, of course, President Putin thinks that President Zelensky is not a legitimate president. He's been saying for a long time, you should be having elections. Why aren't you having elections? Well, the obvious answer to that is, well, why how can you have elections when you're bombing us? So that has been the kind of back and forth. But should there be a ceasefire, there is talk that the Russians may put quite a lot of pressure on Ukraine to hold elections. That is not to say at all that that is something that Zelensky would agree to. It was interesting talking to Zelensky in London at the end of June. We did an interview, and I asked him about his popularity in Ukraine. And he said, and there are increasing murmurings about Zelensky, as there would be with
look, Lavrov is in the front.
Going through this, you know, what would he do if they? And he said, well, look, I'm not going to react to just one or two people.
Oh, something happens.
Saying that they don't want
No.
Trump shakes
but if
Putin
there was
hands.
an obvious groundswell in Ukraine, he said, I would take heed of it. So, you know, President Zelensky himself is in a fairly difficult position.
I think he has indicated, Zelensky, that...
Just say, Martha, I mean, you can see now Pete Hegseth there. Is that Caroline Levitt also coming in?
Yeah.
We've seen Witkoff in, so this...
Fuck Donald Trump.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Yes. In his USSR sweatshirt, no doubt. But this suggests that this, I think we can call it historic press conference, is about to take place. Whether it contains an historic announcement is another thing, but it does seem now as though this is pretty imminent.
Yeah, this will be the first time there's been a full-scale news conference with a US and Russian president since Helsinki in 2018. Of course, Vladimir Putin did meet Biden in Geneva in 2021, but there wasn't a joint press conference on that occasion. So this, you know, the first joint press conference for 7 years between a US and Russian president. I'm told Marco Rubio, I think,
just there in the front.
Arrived. Yeah, so all of the main players are arriving, sitting in the front row. I would imagine nervous times for those advisors, not knowing quite
very small room, very few people
not knowing, especially in the case of
for such
President
important
Trump,
event.
will stick to the script here.
Yeah, look, we're told it's about a minute and a half
It's a small stage, bro.
And now President Trump.
I know this type of stage. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 modules, 8 by 2, 16 modules.
An hour.
They are 2 meters long, 1 meter wide. I can build a stage like this with one guy. Me and one guy, I can build this stage in 1 hour. I build stage like that.
News conference like that.
Yeah, I don't get the impression that he'll be talking about
To assemble this stuff. It's crazy, man. I have all this technical knowledge and something is happening. Something is happening.
Which is clearly Russia, Ukraine. You know, we are hearing positive remarks from Russian
Trump
officials.
already?
Nothing from the US side yet. We really have no idea.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations. We were quite
Which one?
I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the ocean, are close neighbors.
Trump looks happy. Okay.
So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think
I'm
that
gonna
is
make a
very
pizza, I'm hungry.
And I think that's some kind
I'm
words.
surprised, they're already talking. I'm gonna mute myself, I think.
Though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the US island, they're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the US, and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Land-Lease program. More than 700 geographical names of Russian over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring military aircraft and other equipment under the Land-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the US pilots. And there are 2 flags, the US flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the US for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the US and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the US can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the US. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the US, there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the US has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the US. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump is saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax that made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and Many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, otherwise, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, he didn't pull the What now? What's gonna happen?
Not taking questions.
Well, there we are. Short and sweet. No, well, perhaps not so
No
sweet if you're
ceasefire,
Ukrainian,
nothing.
because the one word that I certainly didn't hear in that news conference from either president was ceasefire.
Ceasefire.
President Putin kicked things off, saying the
It was
negotiations
nothing. They
were
didn't
useful,
fucking say
thorough, and
nothing.
constructive. It makes
They
sense
say
we met
nothing.
here because our countries are close neighbours. He said to Trump when he arrived, "Good afternoon, we're neighbours." He then talked about
Yeah, water is wet. 1 + 1 is 2.
attended involving Russian and US troops.
Big picnic in Alaska.
Overdue meeting, and
Damn.
he said, "We thank President Trump for trying to help with the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict." And he then started talking ominously once again about what he's always talked about, which are the root causes of the conflict.
Yeah.
He has talked
He managed to
a lot about
render
that.
Ukraine as a
Then
bad guy,
he said
of
something
course.
which was a surprise. He said Ukraine's security should be ensured. Didn't elaborate on that. Didn't say much more about that. Didn't talk specifically about security guarantees. We hope the agreement we have produced paves the way to a resolution, without saying what the agreement is. Then talked about broader cooperation was possible, but as I say, no mention of a ceasefire. And he asked European nations not to, quote, torpedo progress. Excuse me. Then Donald Trump said they were productive talks, a couple of points we agreed on, others Donald Trump said not so much. He then said he would call European leaders and also Zelensky after the meeting. "We made some great progress. I have always a great relationship with Vladimir," he said. And then he talked about the Russia hoax, which he said got in the way of their relationship. Extremely productive, said Trump, but no deal until there's a deal. We're going to stop thousands of people being killed. And then he said to President Putin, "We hope to see you again." I think Putin then said, "Yeah, next time in Moscow." And I think Trump said, "Yeah, I might get some heat for that." But as I say, it looks like they've agreed to say the talks have been productive. Things have moved on, but no talk of exactly what the agreement is they've made. US correspondent James Matthews was in the room for their statements, because it wasn't really a news conference, no opportunity for journalists to ask questions. And James, I didn't hear the word, I don't know whether you did, the word ceasefire.
Yeah, that was the words unspoken, and its absence jumped out, did it not, Mark? That was what Ukraine wanted to hear, European allies wanted to hear. 300 journalists inside this room waiting for the word ceasefire on which this conflict would turn. Had they mentioned a ceasefire today, It would have changed the nature of the discussion. We appear to be well short of that, I think. You picked out, Mark, Putin's statement about the fundamental causes. To make this settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate the primary cause, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia.
Shekels from Keck
Starting point,
appears.
And it's been the sticking point throughout this whole process. For Vladimir Putin to stand on that stage alongside Trump and have the confidence to articulate that tells me that that resonates with Donald Trump and is Vladimir Putin is well
from Keck appear.
He said, "Congratulations on becoming geopolitics channel, but we are not really. We are not. Just I just picked this this milestone just like to kill time."
It's a bait.
Yeah.
Bro, this is a rotter channel.
Because big time. But yeah, thanks, Cake. I'm gonna use these shekels towards CMAX, of course.
But in there was the negative. He said there are many points that we agreed to, but many points yet to be agreed. Some not significant, one most significant. We have a very good chance.
Embrace the rotten.
He said.
So everybody was waiting for the war ceasefire and nothingburger happened. Man, that is, you know how disappointing this is for most bluffs?
And what are you going to do about it?
No.
Are you with him?
Man, these Russian big nuts, if they exist, but probably there is too many. They must be... They must be rubbing their hands when they know there is no ceasefire.
If they are both welded to Russia's headline ask.
Man, this meeting was completely useless. They let the journalists wait 4 hours to say nothing, basically. No conclusion. They didn't even mention Ukraine, by the way.
Reaction is that Donald Trump expects in Ukraine and in
Nothing gonna happen.
Meeting about arranging peace, and nobody even talk about it.
This is not even in the formula.
It's like going to drink beer and ending up drinking Pepsi.
Like asking...
It's like wanting to ride horse but ending up riding
justice,
like a skunk, or I don't know, like a squirrel.
He said, look, I tried to engage on Ukraine with your predecessor, parroting Donald Trump. We hear that all the time from Donald Trump, how this is Joe Biden's
Nothingburger, nothing happened. Otherwise we would be celebrating, opening champagne if the war was over, because
and he said, you know, I tried
good
to
news
tell
for certain people.
Of the White House, how this Ukrainian situation shouldn't be brought to the point.
But
no return.
only for certain, I guess.
Well, his line is that
and there is no hope in the West. Everything is a bait, everything is a scam, if you ask me. This fucking summit is proving it, bro. Yeah, bait and scam. They used to say in Americans bait and switch, but it's a bait and scam.
Europe for sure, and in America everything is a
scam. There was a tricky spot for him not so long ago when Trump was disappointed with Vladimir. He was putting that on social media. He was leaning towards the
slow
Ukrainian
trust
cause.
society. What can you do? Just
Two
scam
old
each other,
getting
not more.
back together with a mutual understanding, a mutual respect. Certainly.
Actually, it was high trust.
What the
Maybe
for that.
In 50s, maybe.
Years
in
ago,
50s.
yeah.
In 50s, because you had all the surplus of...
Not now.
You had basically shortage of men somehow, briefly, and the competitiveness was pretty low. But that, I mean the toxic competitiveness. Yeah.
James, thank you very much. Martha Kellner is here with me, our US correspondent, who was listening to that, and it's not clear at all what has actually been agreed.
It felt like a little bit of a damp squib, didn't it? I mean, President Trump arrived here in Anchorage this morning, perhaps vaguely optimistic that he would leave, after being hailed a peace broker and a deal maker. And
I was recently thinking about that stuff, like music, like 20 years ago, it was on CD, on cassettes. People were playing it on their,
very little to show for his trip here. There was talk of an
they are like cassette players, pressing play and then taking the cassette outside and rewiring it back again and then play it again. And now everything is so like phones and TikTok, people instant, and people watched, for example,
of a ceasefire. Putin gave
again,
no indication
thank God.
that he was
I
shifting
lost the game actually.
In
Okay,
Ukraine. He
and
even said
nowadays, you can just stream it on TikTok and everything is so available, so quick. You can watch the highlights on the next day when you wake up, and back then it was not like it. You can just go on teletext and see how it went. It was so stone age time of the internet, and this jump was also huge, It's like a huge jump too, from
Putin did do Trump
from there to now.
He confirmed that he wouldn't
To TikTok.
Ukraine,
and how people lived back then. Information was spread much slower. Like people were traveling miles, just weeks for just one info.
Yeah.
To bring an info, and, it's crazy.
Security should be ensured. Who is going to ensure Ukraine's security?
It was like in Game of Thrones. So one king decides something, and then some guy on a horse brings that information to the other kingdom, and some of them they travel like 2 or 3 weeks, even more.
Security guarantees being provided by the West for Ukraine if there was a ceasefire. Well, I mean, he didn't get into any of that at all, so difficult to know what he meant.
It was really hard to find anything to grab onto. There was zero detail from either men about how this agreement would work. Putin at one point saying that they had reached an agreement to pave the path to peace in Ukraine, again without saying what the agreement actually is. He then said that Ukraine shouldn't disturb the agreement to end an invasion of its country. A remarkable thing to say, and obviously totally unchallenged, because no journalists were given the opportunity to ask questions at the end.
And just very quickly, the curious thing is that neither president really got into what the agreement is. I mean, Donald Trump suggested there isn't really an overall agreement because they've agreed some points.
Well, what's the summary of that summit? What will you say?
That's that. There is none, bro. One guy said one short monologue, the other guy said one short monologue. It was like check it out. Putin said, "Oh, Russia is so great and big, so good." And Putin and Trump said, "Oh, America is so great, so good." Okay, it's fucking easy. And it was so short, bro. Like fucking 5 minutes. Conclusion about Ukraine wasn't even mentioned, bro.
They were hyping it up so much.
They said something like, "Oh, Ukraine, it's a tragedy and it's hurting. Well, blah blah blah. We can do business with America, blah blah blah."
Yes, I mean, it's striking that
total disregard for the flesh,
And I think that tells us something.
It's just remastics. They are just hoarding multi-billions. It's not enough.
No emotion, no tears spread for all of the fallen victims of this massacre. Nothing.
Yeah, they're pretending that the war isn't even happening on this summit.
We haven't quite got there. But it does all feel very vague. As expected, I think.
Fuck your summit.
Expectations
that was a picnic, bro.
Anything significant at all be achieved.
But why did we predict this shit? Like, come on, is anybody? How can Medican be so naive that he would believe there would be ceasefire? You see, I mean, I'm telling you, everything is designed against people like you and me. Like, yeah. This is a work of God, and everything that man made is the same what God.
Putin is much more relaxed than that.
What? Can you say it again?
Time to bide as he sees it. And he's
basically
still ultimately confident that he will.
God's will is man's will.
His ultimate goal of subordinating Ukraine.
Because if man's gonna mess with evolution, then God has nothing to do with it.
Not really looking for an outcome of any kind at this summit.
Which means either there is no God or man is God. Men are God. We are the God.
Terribly wrong. As long as there wasn't some kind of bust up, something like that, then. And as long as a diplomatic process that Trump is committed to, which means future meetings with Putin, will take place, that for Putin is the big achievement.
Right, and when President Putin talked about the root causes of the conflict, that once again really goes to the very essence of what sort of country, in Putin's mind, goes to the very essence of what sort of country Ukraine is. And that is something that he has always said.
Exactly right. Again, as expected, not the slightest indication whatever that Putin is prepared, even in some small way, to moderate or scale back the extent of his ambitions and the demands that that underlie that. So it's this euphemism, I would say, root causes, is essentially a term of Putin art for saying, well, we need to achieve an outcome which enables us to dominate the region, to dominate Ukraine, to ensure that in some fundamental sense it's subordinate to us. And there's of course a narrative, a false narrative of associated with that of NATO enlargement and Putin's long-standing hostility to that. So this reminds us too that the Ukraine issue goes far beyond Ukraine itself. It's ultimately about rival interpretations of European security. I did take some reassurance from the fact that Trump said he would brief NATO leaders tomorrow, and hopefully there'll be some positive and helpful messages there. It'd be very important to follow the detail. There was a very good meeting of NATO, the annual summit in The Hague in June, and it seemed there that Trump had, in effect, recommitted himself to supporting European security. We heard that earlier in the week in the virtual Trump-Europe summit that took place just a couple of days ago. So it's not just Ukraine, it's Europe watching anxiously for this, because there's any sense, if there is any sense, that Trump has bought in to the frankly malign and deceptive Putin narrative about this, that has far-reaching consequences for the security of the entire continent.
Yes, and just finally and briefly, if you would, it's interesting that he said or asked the Europeans not to torpedo the process. He didn't say to torpedo the agreement or possible agreement. He said process, which suggests a much longer diplomatic commitment from both sides.
Yeah, and that's worrying too for Europeans, because one of the reassuring messages that Trump conveyed earlier this week is that this first meeting might be the start of a series of meetings that would, in due course, bring in President Zelensky and also bring in the Europeans. If he's beginning to row back from that now, then that will only add to the conversation that Trump has with his European partners tomorrow.
Nigel, thank you so much for staying with us on this programme and joining us. I appreciate that. Let's go to the outside at the airbase and to see what's going on there, because I would imagine that these two presidents are both going to leave pretty soon. The weather's improved. It's a nicer day in Alaska, but I would imagine that President Trump will be heading back to Washington and President Putin back to Moscow quite shortly. Our Moscow correspondent Ivor Bennett is or has been with the Russia delegation for this summit. Now, Ivor, you'll be well used to all this language about, many points to sort out. Europeans, please don't torpedo the process. The root causes of the conflict in Ukraine. And what did you make of it all?
My first reaction, Mark, is that it was one of the most unusual press conferences that I've attended. And that says something, because I've been to all of Vladimir Putin's recent ones, and those are very unusual. But first and foremost, they said they agreed on many points, but we don't know what those are. We were told it would be a joint press conference, but it wasn't. There were no questions. I mean, that must be the first and only time that Donald Trump has not taken any questions from the press, and that's probably because Vladimir Putin made that a condition. He often does at press conferences. They're normally heavily choreographed if there are questions, and he probably wanted to avoid any more awkward questions thrown to him like the ones when he arrived. Will you guarantee you'll stop killing civilians? So that was very unusual. And also the Russian delegation said, of course, they'll be chatting for 6 or 7 hours. They didn't. It was all over much sooner than that. So it's all said and done. This summit is over, and it appears at this stage, well, we just don't know what's happened. Donald Trump has said first he has to take what has been agreed to the Ukrainians, to NATO, first get sign-off from that. But I thought what was really interesting was the fact that Vladimir Putin was the first person to speak in there. It was as if that he was the host rather than Donald Trump, and he said that he welcomed Donald Trump like a neighbour, again kind of cementing this idea that he was the one in charge here, he was the one calling the shots. And even though the banner behind him, the slogan said "Pursuing Peace," it felt like he was pursuing something else here. He was pursuing better bilateral relations with the United States, because that's the first thing he talked about. He talked up the common shared history between these two countries. He talked a lot, many times, about the fact that they are neighbours. Alaska almost touches Russia at the closest point, less than 4 kilometres between two islands. That's another thing that Vladimir Putin referenced. He emphasised the close proximity, and he talked about the need to repair bilateral relations, because they've plunged their lowest point since the Cold War. And there was lots of flattery for Donald Trump's efforts to find peace, but we still don't know what has been agreed here. You mentioned that Vladimir Putin said the line that the root causes of the conflict still need to be resolved, and he's said that a number of times, of course, before. That is his kind of buzzword that suggests that all of Russia's red lines still remain, that it doesn't want NATO to expand any further east. It wants Ukraine to agree to permanent neutrality, wants limits on its armed forces. It basically sees Ukraine as a buffer state in between Russia and NATO, and that term root causes suggests all of those demands still stand. So it doesn't look like Vladimir Putin has made any concessions, despite Donald Trump claiming that many points have been agreed upon.
Okay, Ivor, thank you very much. I'm joined now by a former senior advisor to President Zelensky, Igor Novikov. Thank you very much for being with us. And what will the Ukrainian people make of that? What will President Zelensky make of that?
Yeah, I was right about the price.
Well,
The F-35.
going to speak with President Trump and hopefully learn some of the details we're not privy to, but
one F-35 cost $100 million. So that picture on the left, 4 jets parked. You are looking at $400 million, almost $500 million.
Yeah, so
I mean, it's kind of pricey decoration, if you ask me. But yeah, glowed is glowed.
not according to Trump's plan there, and that's not good news for Ukraine.
They had to put those jets there. They had to.
Because to back that up, there was talk of a lunch, and there was talk of sort of broader talks with bigger teams. And the suggestion certainly is, at the moment, until we know differently, that they did not happen.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the most striking things that I noticed was the fact that Putin ended his speech with this pass to Trump about by President Biden being responsible for this war.
Even the journalists have troubles recognizing any conclusion. It's like
that's a big telltale sign that
it's like it haven't even begun, or they haven't said nothing. It didn't happen.
And I think nothing has changed. I think there's no deal made. There's
Nothing has changed. Yeah.
No other meeting on the horizon.
Yeah.
If Putin
So
nothing has changed. He said it.
Which is impossible for Trump, as I understand it. So I think
Wow, what a shitty Friday, to be honest.
Trump in this particular meeting, and let's see what happens. Usually President Trump blows up after this. He hasn't in the meeting to save his face, so let's see what happens tomorrow.
But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up in 10 minutes.
Ukrainian people who night after night are being attacked, being bombed, being subject to missile attacks, drone attacks, and so forth. What will they be thinking after seeing and hearing that?
Well, after so many years of this war, we are more pragmatic and realistic, so the expectations weren't that high before this meeting. We enjoyed some relative peace and quiet. I mean, we're still being attacked, but you know, the scale of those attacks with drones and missiles has been lower than usual. I think Putin will more than compensate for it in the days to come. So nothing has changed for us, pretty much.
I suppose that if there has been any progress, and Donald Trump talked about some points that they had agreed on, he said there were one point particularly that was significant that they hadn't agreed on. But if they have made progress, maybe on a few things, that the meeting would be worth it? Or do you just think that Trump has made a mistake by inviting President Putin to the United States?
I think this was a big mistake because if I had to venture a guess as to which point they haven't agreed upon, that point would be Ukraine withdrawing from territories currently controlled by Ukraine. And it's unrealistic to think that we're going to leave our people behind and basically feed them to Putin's war machine and simply withdraw after fighting for so many years. So I think that was the point. I think Putin outplayed Trump by pretending to consider moving on this point, and he hasn't in the meeting. So thus, you know, it was a non-starter pretty much.
So Igor, where do you think things go from here?
Well, I think we are likely to see one of the two scenarios. Either Putin will raise the stakes and see what Trump... he's basically going to call Trump's bluff on the sanctions, and Russia only responds to strength. So unless President Trump introduces those secondary sanctions, if he falls for that, you know, illusion of the next meeting or, you know, illusion of progress, then unfortunately Putin gets what he came for, which is time.
Yeah, my co-worker was constantly complaining and crying how hot
joining
it was.
us, and
dude, I'm sweating. I'm like, what? I was not even having one sweat in the world. Crazy hypochondria, or how they say. Hypochondria or whatever, but she's also fat. How can she expect to not sweat? When I had more body fat, of course I was more sweating. Yeah, I had more muscles, I was working out in the gym, but at the end of the day, it was just fat and bloat, 80%, and junk food that I was eating. What's the point? And you sweat and you have to constantly eat and shit this garbage out. Gym acting is just not worth it, you know. At least for me, it's not. Some people maybe have slow metabolism and they don't have to eat that much, but yeah, it's not my thing. Just
Donald Trump will be boarding his presidential aircraft and heading back to Washington.
Stay lanky, rather.
He may well phone European leaders. He may well phone President Zelensky, but it seems as though no obvious obvious agreement has been reached. We will have more reaction after the break.
Break? Oh, fuck. Yeah, we're gonna probably wrap it up. It's almost 5 hours. But hey, Mauri, it's good to see you. How many airspace? How many miles? It's a good question. Well, anywhere from Anchorage to those Diomedes Islands, no?
Sorry, what?
You probably don't know, there is these 2 islands in Alaska. One is Russian, one is American.
Mm.
Yeah,
There's so much stuff that you cannot say on YouTube, you know, you have to wait until this.
After party on Discord Guild.
Big time.
You have something to say?
Do we have music in the background? Do you listen to some jam or never? Just
yeah, we have every cut he make. It's so precise.
Oh, you have? Really, actually? Wow. Good, good. Yeah, I'm not watching the stream. I'm on the phone, but I can look into it.
Man, I was expecting something out of that summit, but it was so lame. Jesus, it was lame.
At least you got some shekels out of the summit.
Oh yeah, oh wow. Yeah, that's right. 10 shekels from Cake. It's a miracle situation. For so many weeks we had no shekels.
Ding ding ding. Jackpot, jackpot.
Yeah. Ding 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 ding.
Ding 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 ding.
Cha-ching.
To turn on that AC, but that Void, she was so complaining the whole day about like, oh, I'm so sweating, like crying about.
Yeah, Voids, they do this, by the way. Voids,
what the fuck, bro?
It's the thing. Here's the deal. You have to see, like, okay, the Sims are okay. Keeping the body temperature regulated now became a responsibility for Sims. Like, it's insane. Like, it's like if men of society cannot ensure that Voids are not sweating, the Voids gonna keep complaining about it. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, it's a sim phenomenon.
But anyway,
the West is all about Sims.
Let's see what this British television have to say.
Putin and Trump have just been, well, I was going to say holding a news conference.
Yeah, I'm also, it's hot, I have to admit, but Jesus
like,
Christ, in this country you have maybe 10 or 12 hot days. Like, come on, bitch, what are you? So minuscule.
Wait.
Rather downbeat, one has to say.
All of the year it's cold, and then they complain.
No announcement of any breakthrough agreement. Donald Trump said there had been agreement on some points, but there was still disagreement on, he mentioned one point that was very significant. So it's difficult to know without knowing the nature of what they have agreed on. It's difficult to know really what progress has been made. Joining me now is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO Policy, Jim Townsend. Good to talk to you, Jim. Thank you very much. And what do you think?
Do you know this American thought?
And
they wear these hip hop baggy clothing and baseball caps, hip hop caps. Like, what the fuck? Acting like dudes. And their fathers, their parents are allowing it. What the fuck? They are allowed to be a clown, basically, and people will hold them on the pedestal. And it's like, yeah, no restriction lifestyle here for them. No boundary, nothing. After party in Discord guild.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'll be back. Wait. Okay, which one we close down first? Okay, this one. Yeah, that's that. Thanks for tuning in and leave a comment. Stay tuned and see you soon.